the heartbeat of the Anishinaabe people, getting us started off in the right way. So to begin our program this morning, one of the elders from Zibasing First Nation, and as I said, you need to get out and visit all of these communities. And one of our most westerly communities is Zibasing, a real vibrant community of very active elders and active young people in that community, which is really exciting. And I'll be introducing the Gimaquah here shortly, but right now, Chris Bigras is going to recite the Gudwe Wingazit and Anishinaabe. So I'll turn it over to you, Chris.
Bonjour, kagebe ban kwendes na kas makundo de chiba sing don jaba. Nag the window is manan dwa agze win Anishinaabe. Debe and get gisan Anishinaabe a king. Ibid gonan ibin good God and in middle wads win. Shkode nebe ake no din ibid gostonan we nang do en mang ma pishkak nignan. Debe and get ye minan get to our windago Anishinaabe wads win mina Linda Nijwa swek no mad winnen. Dogged win, deboy win, namad win. Boka win, Deb send away win, where cards win, Mino, Aka the way win. Deb and get Kino Magna, Deb way win. Kamanda, Bijwebok, Mino Manda Nungo, Megwa Ezwebok, Mino, Eabe, one Ezwebok, Miigwech.
Miigwech. When this meeting was planned, Moknagon communities that have been involved with the development of their governance processes talked about the need to revisit these teachings. It's been a while since we've had these types of sessions, and there's always been people asking, when are we going to hear more of these teachings? So Gimaquah Irene Kells offered to host, be the host community to put on the program here for the next 2 days. So we really welcome Gimaquah Kells. Again, as I said, this little community at the West End, their people were scattered around, and the leadership brought the community back together and resettled on the part of their territory. Part of their territory is on an adjacent island, and they've done some really exciting things and turned that little community into a exciting and vibrant community, and you really should get a chance, get to their powwow. It's a really fantastic powwow they have. But without any further ado, I want to introduce our host, Gimaquah Chief Kells from Zibasing.
Honey.
Oh, bonjour.
Bonjour, Kinoaya. It's a beautiful day today. And I'm glad I'm sitting here that I could make this. I had a bad accident, but that's okay. I'm feeling a lot better, good enough to sit here and be able to partake in the teachings that we're going to be learning today. They're so important for our children, these little kids that are sitting around here today, our young people. These are the ones that need to be taught these teachings, because them are the guide that will guide them properly and slowly with respect when they understand the teachings of the past. These were a part of our lives a long, long time ago. We lived them. There was no questions. We knew the seasons. We knew the clans. Our ancestors knew how to look after themselves. And along the way, that was taken away from us and we lost it. Now we have to try and get back on track for our young people here, that they don't get lost, that they're strong, that'll make them strong as they get older and when they become leaders. These young people here will be able to stand up and be proud and continue to protect their communities, protect the laws of the land. So, having this gathering here like this. I remember Gordon ba? Pa kinumag ege ba banda. I sat in many of his circles where he went through the clan system. It's a beautiful way of looking at how you do things. We even tried it in our own community, but there's not enough of us to to make a full to represent all these clans that will be talked about today. But you know, it's really interesting, and as you will see as the days go on, that you know, this is a good way. This is a good way to live. I see this way as there's no room for jealousy there, you know. The crane is, I think the crane is the leadership. And, well, if you're a crane, that's where you should be sitting, you know. Not because you're my sister or because you're my cousin or because I'm your auntie or I'm your mom. Because the crane, that's where you belong. And as we will go along these couple of days, we will learn all that good stuff. And I'm so happy to know that it's Chop that's here. Welcome, Chop. Wherever you are, I can't see you. But, oh, there you are. He's such a good teacher, just like his dad. So, I could sit here all day, I guess, and talk, but miigwech for coming out, and so happy to see a lot of young people here. I'm glad you little guys from home came out. And that we learn and pick up all these good things that our spirits are waiting for. Miigwech.
Chumigwich Gimoa Kells. As I said, you get out there to the Zibasing, you'll see the world's largest peace pipe, and I think the largest dream catcher is still over there as well. And you got to get out and at least enjoy the tremendous hospitality. Every time you go out there, it's such a welcoming experience. So, you know, try and find your way out there when the first chance you get. So, as customary when these types of events are going on, we usually ask the leadership to come up and say a few opening remarks to get us started before we get to the main event. And we're going to start off with a dynamic young leader that's been leading our nation here for quite a bit of time already, and you know, exciting new leader that has lots of new ideas and is moving the yardsticks on the First Nations issues. So we welcome Reg Nignabe, the Anishinaabe Nation Grand Council Chief.
Anim Buju, Quinga Nishnikas Mesbaging Donjaba Neme Dorum. Good morning, everybody. My name is Reg Niganabi, Grand Council Chief of the Anishinaabe Nation. It's a great honor to welcome you all to the Anishinaabe Doramag teachings here at Manitoulin Nina Hotel and Conference Center. Chimigwech to Ogimakwe Reen Kells and Jibasing for hosting this event here on their territory. I would like to acknowledge the elders present, of course, and of course Chris Begris from Jibasing, as well as our head Getsit, Richard Asinaway, and the Chop Wandabent, and everyone else who participated this morning in our sunrise ceremony. Chi Miigwech for that, we greatly appreciate it. Miigwech to the drummers Chigizis for your opening drum song, and of course it was very powerful as usual. I would like to acknowledge, of course, once again, Chop for being here with us. It is deeply meaningful that you're here to assist the Anishinaabe Nation with our responsibilities in maintaining our knowledge in our original ways. We have been incredibly privileged to have your father, Shikane Ba, with us for so many years, to, of course, guide us on our path to becoming one Anishinaabe family. It means a lot to us that you are here leading these teachings over these next 2 days. And of course, I myself look forward to the teachings that will be shared over the course of this gathering. It is so important that we have these opportunities to listen and to share in these teachings because they are at the core of what we are as Anishinaabe peoples. I firmly believe that the clan system of governance is the pinnacle of future decision-making for our nations. It serves our way of life, which of course focuses on the betterment of our people. And not only that, but the betterment of all our relations. The clan system is inclusive of everyone. It reaches consensus. It holds accountability. And formulates more significant direction and planning for the advancement of our nations and communities. When the clan system is used to make a decision, we know that all viewpoints are included in the decision and implemented and acted upon by the entire nation. Everyone has a role and a responsibility to uphold, and in turn, expects everyone else to do so accordingly. Ceremony, sharing, and knowledge, and maintaining our governance systems will continue to keep our nation strong. Our communities depend on us as leaders to ensure that we hold Anishinaabe values and principles at the forefront of everything we do. We can no longer talk about the 7 generations as a mystical future. We have 3 generations already, possibly right here in this room, but certainly here in our lifetimes. Maintaining, promoting, and protecting our ways is our responsibility to them. So I am grateful that we can have these types of gatherings to be reminded of why we are here and to reconnect with ourselves. I would like to thank the Restoration of Jurisdiction team for coordinating this event. I'd also like to acknowledge Commissioner Patrick Madabi for being here and for his work as Governance Commissioner over the past few years. Miigwech Wadase. I hope everyone enjoys their time here and leaves feeling with a sense of renewal and knowing that we have so many gifts in our bundle that will always help us thrive as peoples and as a nation. And I hope our nations will pick up the clan governance bundles in the years to come so that we may have more inclusive and wholesome decision-making and direction. Miigwech.
Good words there, Chigima. We're going to come next. Our next speaker is James Marsden. He's the Anishinaabe Nation Southeast Regional Deputy Grand Council Chief. He's also been a chief in his own community for many, many years and has been the Southeast Representative Grand Chief for a number of years as well. He heads up our Chiefs Committee on Governance and has the portfolio for this governance initiative. And he's been on the scene very active. Some of his main pet issues has been, of course, dealing with our citizenship and also education. So he's been at the forefront of really promoting, those issues, very strongly in his various roles. So we welcome you, Deputy Grand Council Chief James Marsden. Jim Bob.
Hanin Bojo. I'd like to welcome everybody. I'm the Southeast Regional Chief from Alderville First Nation, and it's so good to see so many of my friends, and I'm glad to be back up in the area. It's so beautiful up on where we are today. I forget what you named it. Who? There we go. So it's very exciting. You know, when the pandemic hit us, we were doing these sessions at least 2 times a year, I believe. And so it's so great to be back. You know, myself, I'm still trying to figure out a clan. I heard once we were Turtle Clan as a Marsden, and my relatives from Beausoleil First Nation said, no, Jim Bob, we're Bear. I said, okay, we're Bear then. But then I look at some of the the old documents from the 1800s. My great-great-grandfather, his totem was the Hoof clan, I believe. So, but I got a little tattoo, but I showed my friend from Rama. He said, "No, that's looks like a bison. That's not a reindeer." So,
His band, Sweetgrass. He's a bluegrass entertainer, and he's performed all over the place. Actually, he's been performing over in Providence Bay, I believe it is, or Spring Bay. Providence Bay a couple of times in the past few summers, and I believe at one time he even opened for Willie Nelson, if I'm not mistaken. So he's at Nipissing beat our Wiki T-Birds, and one of these days he's going to wake up from that fantasy and realize the real story. Anyway, go ahead there, Gima.
Miigwech, Anin Pat. Yeah, I just want to welcome everybody first off, and it was nice to see most of you, or a lot of you, down at the Little NHL. It was a great event. Had some crazy moments, but we managed to get through it, and it's good to be here. As Patrick said, I'm Gima from Nipissing, but I also sit as the chair of Maknagan, and for those of you who aren't familiar with Maknagan, it's a supporting body that supports First Nations that have signed on to the Anishinaabe Governance Agreement. So we're here. Our CEO, Leslie McGregor, is over there too. So if you want to learn more about the Anishinaabe Governance Agreement, please don't be shy to ask. So I'm looking forward to listening to Chop and his teachings on the clan system. I'm of the Crane clan, and with my First Nation as well as Maknagan, we are quite interested in learning the guiding principles. Patrick alluded to the fact that, the times have changed since we've had the clan system in practice, and things have changed quite dramatically, especially with us having to interface with the colonizing government. It makes things difficult, but I think what's more important is it's part of our identity, and it's also something that we can use the guiding principles of the clan system in our current way of doing business. So it's taking the best of both worlds, I think, and it's important for us to get a good understanding of those clan systems and seeing how those principles can be applied to modern day living and governance. So with that, I just want to welcome everybody and say Chimigwech for listening to me. So Miigwech, Pat.
Miigwech, Gima McLeod, and just carrying on with his theme about how important these teachings are, and and bringing them into modern context. I think it reminds me of what Gordon Ball used to say to us: instead of Indian act Indian. So act Anishinaabe, and that's what this is all about. These next couple of days. As Gordon Ball was realizing that his journey to the spirit world was going to come along very soon, he was preparing all of us. He told us many times in the past, to start learning these things, get ready. And but he passed the torch along at a ceremony. He asked the leadership to come to his home, and they had a ceremony, and the eagle feather was passed over to another very well-respected elder. He's from Wacomakong, Mishomus Richard Asinaway. And I've sat with Richard, and he has that wisdom that our respected elders do. It's good to listen to his words. And so I'm going to ask Richard to say a few remarks to get us started, and then I'm going to call on Chop after that. So Richard, if you wouldn't mind saying a few words. Has he got a mic? Has he got a mic?
Aha, waro, ndene magan dik. Ndem ki on koten de go. Obanes ganat moed. Ustin do them. Haben ne do, has na. You got to go minang with things ready miang. You be take box no minang, you be the win kiss now, you mock about yang. Ha minang mat is in give me young. One of the manga is got to lobby them young. Ha minang is na begi be the wheat, you bet con our sat gauge of mood or sat. It could get out, my people net over nesting. We can say the man, I mean, on getting on is na beg or mean to go, it. Het was een maat, nee, ik had het goed, maat. Dat is de maat. Aha, snag in die bonig dat door zijn, ik heb een grind in wij. Ik heb een archiem. Van hier, ik schiet hem aan again niet. Dat is de one. Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Stenaway. I'm from here, net omenesting. We kwam kong, doen ze baag. And my helper is the winged one, as we know as Notkose, they call. Notkose means a very old word. And that's the one that came to me and showed me future, what's coming. It's not here yet, but it's going to be here. You're going to see it. Maybe I'll see it in my lifetime, maybe not. Maybe a younger generation will. That's the one that shows me things when I ask. And my clan, I am from the Stone clan, Rock. That's the one that came to me. He's here, listening. So to start off this morning, to share, I'd like to thank everybody here that have come to listen and learn about Anishinaabe. And this is one of the, every day is Anishinaabe Gijigat. We also celebrate that on June 6th in recognition of that. It's good to have Indian Day every day, and that's who we are. So this morning here, I'm going to talk about something here, what I know of. But just to let you know, I don't know much. I'm still learning. I will never know everything I want to learn in my lifetime. That's impossible. So I'm going to start off with this. If we can go back and think how it was maybe in our minds, how our ancestors lived their life. They lived a certain way at the time. Very pure and simple way. And everything they did, they had it all right. They had it all right. They knew what to do at any given time, whatever moment, what was going on. Even if someone was sick, they knew what to do right away. Or if they lost a loved one, they knew what to do right away. They didn't sit there and ponder. They got up and used what they were given to help he or she that's gone on. And at that time as well, not one of those elders in the tribe, any tribe back then, ever talked about the 7 grandfather teachings. Why? Because they lived it. They lived that way of life. Today it's everywhere. You will see posters of the 7 grandfather teachings. Elders teaching it. It's good. Nothing wrong with that. Even Mr. Google, Mrs. Yahoo will teach you those things. And why are they here like that? To remind us of those gifts that we were born with. And for all of us, pretty much everybody in this room, we were born with those gifts. And when we were born, we were wrapped with that blanket right away to protect those gifts. But as we get older, once that blanket came off, now we're exposed. And that's when those gifts are taken away from us one at a time. Maybe violated some way, somehow. And we start losing them one at a time. The gift of love we start to lose. And we start living in the hate. Even the gift of respect, we start to lose that as well. We start disrespecting ourselves, others, things even, each other. And the gift of wisdom, knowledge, we lost that too. And ignorance takes over. Don't want to listen anymore. And that gift of courage we were born with, we start losing that. We start living in fear. Fear takes over. And also that gift of humility, losing that as well. And what takes over? Ego. It's about me now. And our honesty leads to being dishonest. And our truth, lie takes over. Easy way around. The original 7 that every one of us were born with, that's how our ancestors lived their life. Those 7 gifts. But it's those other 7 gifts that we received. Are they bad gifts? No. One day those gifts become something. And what do they become? Motivators. One day it'll motivate you to make change one day in your life. That's when you say, Miminik, I had enough. I don't want to be like this anymore. And you start seeking guidance. You start seeing it. So long ago, that's the way our ancestors lived, that pure and simple way of life. And for a long time, we've been living the opposite of those. And that's hurting each other. Even our own families, fighting each other. And that wasn't the way. And I think it's time we're slowly finding it now. How it used to be one time. And how everybody lived that life. And in my travels, speaking engagements I've done, there's a group of people there, and many of them. And these 2 elderly women from way up north, Flying Community, I just started talking about our ways of life. And they had their hands up, and they want to ask a question. They says, we're from way up north, Flying Community. We lost our language. We lost our traditions, our values, our teachings. What do you think we should do? And I answered that question. And all I said was this. Every one of those things you've mentioned, the language, the ceremonies, values, traditions, those things are never lost. They're still there. What's happening is we're the ones that are lost. It's us. So our ancestors, same way, how they lived it. This morning we started off with the sacred fire. That fire we saw this morning and that fire you see at ceremonies, powwow even, that's the exact same fire our ancestors used one time. Same. Same sweetgrass, same smudge. Those things never changed. It's us. We're the ones that changed. And we need to reconnect some way, somehow, and find those ways. A lot of us weren't meant to learn these things in that era, in that time, of when things were taken away from us. It's not your fault. But always remember where you come from. And if I ask in this room, anybody here, if I ask them, where did you come from? You're going to say, your reserve, maybe? Or from your parents? Then I'd say, I know that, but where did you come from? Where did you really come from? And that's when they shrugged their shoulders. Kaingi Kenzin, I don't know. Ejajok, Ujajok. I see Ejajok, that's grain. O is spirit, Ujajok. That's where we come from, spirit. To do an example on that, my brother Mike, he's still around. He's 2 years older than me. When he was born, after he was born, I'm saying his parents probably talked and said, maybe we should have another child. 2 years later, they come together, I guess, and voila, here I am. Now I can say that's where I come from. It's from them. That is where we get our looks from, is our parents. But who gave us our mind? Manito. Manito gave us our mind. And that mind it gave us, that's where when it's going to show us those powerful dreams in the Shnabe way. It's going to show you a bundle speaking to you, given to you in your dream, a pipe, singing to you a song, showing you medicine. And he'll also send other spirits to help you see future, what's coming. But when you wake up from that, doesn't matter how you were raised, you're not going to believe in that. Yeah, right, why would I dream that stuff? Where I don't believe in that stuff. But it'll never go away on you. It will always be on your mind. Until one day when you're ready to understand those, that's when those spirits come down lower and start guiding you through and show you the way to help you understand your gifts that you're given. That's when that begins. So our Nishnada way is very powerful. And what we're seeing here today for the next 2 days, and I'm looking forward to it. And there's a lot more here, but not enough time to share it all. And when you hear talk about clans here, you're going to hear them about those clans, what they do. Even if you know your clan, what does your clan do for you? What do you do with it? What do you do with that clan? How is it helping you? You know, like that, you're going to hear it. There's going to be others too. Now, clans is not just what you see over here. There's more than that. Clans is creation. Everything you see out there, those are our clans. Right to the blade of grass, there's people that have a clan for that. Amadinong, I met an elder there, and we were talking about clans. He got up and says, "Can I say something?" He says, "My Miss Shomis," he says one time, I was young. He talked about our clan in our family. And he says our clan was Mishkiwatik. He was from the Oak Tree clan. Oak Tree. There are different clans out there. Listen to them when someone shares that. All of us in this room, we have to speak for those clans. We have to speak for creation. That's why you have that Anishinaabe name. That's the one you're going to speak for and represent, sing to, and honor. Katie, go here, coming here. I want to listen, I want to learn too, just like everybody else. But here, when I look around this room, this is what Anishinaabe has. And what we just created here is the sacred hoop. That sacred hoop that I'm talking about. Inside that hoop, there's something very sacred. And you see it right here, right in front of us. That sacred hoop is our sweat lodge, our teepee, circle settings when we gather at that sacred hoop. There's always something there, right in the middle. And that's where we get our answers from, our healing from. But just because we'll be done tomorrow, we're going to step outside that hoop. And when we step outside that hoop, and it's a totally different world again, then one day you're going to enter in that sacred hoop. We go in and out, in and out, in and out, until one day, when it all makes sense, you want to stay in there because there is something there for you. Everything made sense. That's where you found answers and healing, maybe. So with that, I'll be sharing probably throughout the day, maybe tomorrow. So I come here to help my brother with this. And I'm proud of him. Listen, everything you're going to hear here, use your 5 senses. Use your 5 senses. That's where you're going to feel it. You're going to taste it. You're going to feel it. You're going to hear it. You're going to see it. So everything we do in the Anishinaabe way all covers those senses and then some. There's also a 6th sense, 7th sense, 8th sense. We have that. We have that. Everyone has it. Even our dogs have it. Our dogs know that there's something's not right. Maybe someone there feeling that vibe off someone, that dog will do something. Or there may be a time that dog will go approach you right away, very loving. Senses that. We have that too. So present the muck. Yeah, listen. Ahami minik abamino.
Chwigwich gets it, Sinaway. Just before I bring Chop up to talk a little bit about the Dodavik teachings expectations for the next couple of days, I want to just point out a couple of things. For those of you that may not be aware, the washrooms are out this door and to the right. The ladies first, and the men's washroom is way down the hall. There's hand sanitizer and masks around if anybody feels the need to wear it. There is still some COVID around in the province here. And, grab a mask if you want, if you feel the need. Just don't use it to go and rob the bank or something, but those masks are available. I'm not sure whether Chop or Richard is going to talk about, you'll see a chair here in the circle that's got a blanket on it. And that chair is reserved for those that have gone on to the spirit world, but they're here with us, such as Gordon Baugh. But I want to take this minute here to acknowledge we just lost one of our warriors this week. I would ask all of you to maybe stand, and we'll do a moment of silence to remember our good friend, our warrior, Joe Indanaus, former chief of Shishiguaning. He worked with us on the ROJ team and longtime friend. So let's just take a moment to reflect on our good friend. Miigwech. Just a little story. The Anishinaabe Nation took a number of our veterans over to the 100th celebration of Vimy Ridge. And some of the folks that are in the room here attended that. And Joe Indanaus accompanied us. And, although we got to see royalty and all of the pageantry of the Vimy Ridge celebrations, the most feeling for those of us that were there, it was the highlight of our whole trip was on our way to Vimy Ridge. Joe approached me and when we were on the bus route on the way there, and he said, "I've managed to find where my grandfather is buried here. He was lost in the war." He said, "It's not too far from here. Would you mind, if we took a little detour?" And I said, "Absolutely, let's do it." And the bus driver, although I had asked him, he missed the turnoff. So we made him turn around, and we went there, and we were quite impressed. On the one side, there was a German cemetery, and on the other side, all the Allies had a cemetery. And meticulously well-maintained cemeteries like you wouldn't believe. Not a speck of litter. All the lawns are manicured. The cross is well-maintained. And Joe's grandfather was, just several rows back. And we did a ceremony there. We had the pipes there and eagle whistles, and we had people. We did a ceremony there, and that was the highlight of our trip. It had such meaning for us to be able to leave some sema and other sacred items there at his grandfather's cemetery plot there. So, and to Joe, that was, I think, really brought a lot of joy to him, and we were glad we were able to do that for him. So, we're going to ask Chop on the bench to come up or to say a few words, I guess, just about the expectations over the next day or so, day and a half, or the rest of the day today and tomorrow. And we'll take a short break after that, and then we'll get right into the Dodomig teaching. So with that, Chop, if you would... Chop will be running a lot of the proceedings from this point on today, anyway. How?
Miigwech. We also... bonjour, Anishinaabe. Anishinaabe kwe. Miashmira, Nijok Anishinaabe. Kre maingan dago. Maingan dolem. Jagaenda, Ustori Niki. Unjaba. Ndromnes. Ageget. I would just want to acknowledge all of you sitting here amongst us, and the ones behind that screen looking at me. Nishinaga. Over the next couple of days, we're going to be talking about a lot of different things. But the expectations of each and every one of you here I expect you to take just one thing. And use it. I expect you to get mad at me. At least once, each and every one of you. I expect all you guys sitting in the back to gradually make your way this way. I expect each and every one of these clans that are sitting amongst us to say, okay, share the stories that come from those clans amongst each other, not to me. I expect our Gekkayak sitting amongst us to get mad at me in the language, because that's what I'm expecting. Because if you know who my dad was, I got it all the time. Many of you may have not have seen that inside of him, but I did. I seen the good and the bad. And he always told me that when we start these things, I apologize for anybody who showed up here at Chugajep. I apologize to all yous who sat here and waited for that sunrise. The other day, as I was going to sleep, he came to me and he got mad at me in the language. And you know, if the language speakers in here, you know, when you get in trouble in the language, it kind of hits a little bit hard. It's a little bit different when you get in trouble in the language. Kind of really resonates with you. And the only thing I remembered out of that whole dream was what he said to me. Wishundian, ngombigas. And that's the first thing I thought of when I got up. And right away, I knew what that sunrise didn't have to happen here. One of the things that he always taught me was that where there's movement, there's spirit. And I believe that. And I guess later on during the day I'll share a lot of those stories. But sunrise again is going to happen at the same place. For all you guys that weren't able to make it this morning, again, I apologize. But first, before we start anything about this, I want to express everyone in the back over there. Can you guys hear me okay back there? You look around on these flags right here. Is there a member from those clans here? Is there a member from the Martin clan here? Somebody just put their hand up. Is there a member from the Deer clan? Is there a member from the Eagle clan? Crane? Turtle? Loon? Bear? I want to ask you to, one of you from that clan, to stand up. I'm going to pass you Sama because I want to ask permission from your clan to tell stories and tell some of the teachings from each and every one. Washgesh? it is very important that we remember these protocols. If I don't ask permission first, I cannot speak for these clans. I cannot teach. I'm very biased when it comes to clan teachings, obviously. When we take care of clan teachings, some of the expectations that we want is learning something new. I'm not going to teach you anything. I'm only reawakening what's already there in each and every one of you. I want to acknowledge these staffs that have joined us, Miganatikos. I want to acknowledge the different clans that sit amongst us. I want to acknowledge this belt. I want to acknowledge our Puagan that have joined us as well. And I want to acknowledge that chair that sits there. We talked about it this morning. The man that was doing this for you guys before, Shikamba, he always taught me that when we do these kinds of things, we have to make sure that we follow our protocols. Because I sat beside him like this in the lodge many, many times. I was always the one sitting in the back over there when he was doing these teachings. I like to hide because I don't know anything. Bungi ate going on Nishabe. Nagasa Mabu Nishabe. We will never learn everything about Nishabe. Because there's too much to know. There is no master's degrees. There is no doctorate in Anishinaabe. What I expect from each and every one of you is just to reawaken yourself with what you're going to hear in the next couple of days. I'm going to be talking about the clans. And don't worry if you don't see your clan here. Don't worry, you're here, and I'm going to talk about it. Because there's some clans out there that a lot of people are also afraid of. There's one clan. I actually met an individual from this clan for the first time on my travels. This clan is not really talked about because it was hidden. And a lot of the clans that we have that sit underneath each one of these. There's 42 sub-clans that we're going to be talking about. 42 other teachings that sit underneath these 7 that we were given. And we're going to talk about them. And then there's 8 pointed star that is incorporated that we're going to be talking about. We're also going to be talking about Nagoda Angazit. I can tell you how that was developed and how many times those Gekkank were arguing in the language, and it was funny. I talked about it this morning about how we use these teachings to our benefit. Even in the westernized world, and how they're used with our jobs, with our everyday life, with our home life, even when we go in the bush and hide. Our clans are there. Our helpers are there, because we're going to be talking about our helpers as well. Because there is a hummingbird clan. And I'll tell you where that hummingbird clan sits. You look around at these flags, many of which are different in different territories. Wabijeshi, the clans that will sit under there, we'll get into this a little bit more, because we're Anishinaabe people and we tend to get fidgety when we sit too long. Trust me, I know. That's why I'm keeping moving. So I want you to remember one thing. And the Koyuk reminded me of this first thing this morning when they came. I'm going to pick on my friends over here from Tikimikshing and Pickerel. They reminded me of something very, very important that we have to remember that sits in this doorway over here. Humility. We're going to get a little bit deeper in this later. And it was so good to hear them laugh at me this morning. It was funny. I was having a really good time this morning. I was sitting there with my striker and Flint, and they're just giggling away there. And then she says to me, maybe I shouldn't be laughing. It's supposed to be serious. And then you have to remember what humility really is. I shared this morning, and I reflect on it now, is that if you can't laugh at yourself at least once a day, there's something wrong. There's something wrong. You should be able to laugh at yourself at least once a day. The team that I work with reminds me of these two individuals, and it brings meaning. It brings strength. Because I also want to acknowledge the different lodges that sit amongst us here. I sit with the Rain Dance Society, Sundance Society. But I also want to acknowledge the other lodges that have joined us here today. Because in those lodges, these clans are different. There's a chieftain clan that sits above amongst that turtle. There'll be a fish there. There'll be a sturgeon. That eagle will turn into a thunderbird. That bear specifically is identified as a Kodiak or a polar bear. These are the things that we're going to be discussing today, the differences in between each one of these clans. And we're going to make fun of every one of these clans too, because that's very, very important. So before we go on break, I want to share one thing from my clan to yours. We all have dances. We all have songs. We all have our own specific teachings for our clans. And maybe this is a start to learn them for each and every one of you here. Because, like I said, I'm very, very biased when it comes to these clan teachings, because I'm from the Wolf clan. But I'm also a part of the Bear, because that's where my mother sits. So with that, I'll pass it over to Weedose over here. I believe we'll have a quick little break to stretch your legs. Sam meanwhile.
So, Miigwech Chop, we're going to take 15 minutes. There's some coffee and tea out in the hallway there. And those of you that need some fresh air, you know where to go. And so we'll take 15 minutes. We come back, please come back into the circle. Chop will begin the teachings. That'll be the signal every time we take a break for you to return to the circle. So make your way into the circle, and Chop will take over with the beginning of the Dodomong teachings. The circle again. I want to just let you know on the last day there's going to be 3 draws. A door prize draw, which will be some beautiful paintings. There'll also be an evaluation distributed. If you fill out that evaluation, there'll be a prize draw. You must complete that evaluation draw to get a ticket. And the prizes will be a Pendleton blanket, tasty maple syrup, coffee mug, a Timmy's card, a charcuterie board, and caramel popcorn. And there's going to be also a third draw for a Pendleton blanket and a laptop bag. So be around for that second day of these 3 door prizes draws on the last day. I haven't heard of that 4th prize yet. The Grand Chief is going to offer up his car for a prize, maybe, but I don't know. I haven't heard confirmation on that yet.
I'm getting the look from the boss back there, so Humba. So just to, I guess just to tell you a little bit of who I am before we begin. Nagazo Nishnabe Mabo. Those of you who can understand the language will understand what I just said. I don't know much, but I'm going to share to you as much as I possibly can about each and every one of these clans that we're going to kind of look into right now. Before we go into these clans, we also have to take care of protocols. Protocols as being what these are for here. Protocols in being how nigos we really are. Mabage. This consists of Nishnabemwin. This right here. What this consists of is the end part of our preamble, believe it or not. Maba. Kamna denana kiave ejwebak. Minwa nango megwe ejwebak. Minwa kiabe wan ejwebak. In the Jaganash world, they'll say anxiety and depression. Nishnabe have always lived with those things. This is why we have circles. So we can do this and leave it. I do that all the time because those things don't matter to me. I think that's like my 10th phone I've been on in the past 3 years. I know for a fact that one of those phones are in the middle of Shegwinda Bay over there if you want to go grab it. Just so you're aware of. There's one in St. Charles in my harvesting territory where I harvested moose. It's probably by a pile of guts there somewhere. But those things are very, very dangerous to have, especially when we're doing ceremonies. Because the perception of those things. One capital letter on a little word can mean a lot. This is why in Nishnabed, when we have our protocols, we make sure we turn those things off. Because in the preamble, what I just said there, Giabe Nangwa Jwebok. What does that mean? What exactly does that mean? The language speakers all understand what that means. But not all of us are language speakers. That means here today. Each and every one of you, I want you guys here today, not just physically. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually. As soon as you walk in this door, I want you to take off those horse blinders that the Jaganash world has given you. Because we're like this. We can only see in one direction. In Nishnabed, this is our lodge, just like how our lodge is shaped. Because we can see images over here without even looking. We can feel them. That's just how we are. Each and every one of us are given a gift. These gifts coincide with the items that we carry. A lot of these items that we carry have many, many protocols. The protocols coincide with Nishnabed. Mondage. Wagon. They're very, very important to understand. Our bundles that we carry are given specific instructions, just like each one of these clans that you see here. When they're not taken care of, they're taken. They're taken away from us when these protocols aren't followed. When you're given an item, there is a set of responsibility that goes alongside with them. Just like these are Dewagan. The responsibility that you have taken upon yourself to make sure that you exercise these items. They're not just materialistic items. They're spiritual belongings that have to coincide with who you are. And when we manipulate them, they'll leave us. I could drop this feather right now on the ground because somebody in here needs it. I have many bundle items that I carry. And I say to anybody in here, if you want these items, then come and grab them. But remember, you're going to get protocols with them. Responsibility. Just as much as our eagle staffs. Miganotic. Our Ogama that are sit amongst us have also been given protocols on where and why they carry these. Our Jamaganish have specific protocols that they have to follow when they carry a staff. Our Kwayok also. There are specific staffs that are designed specifically for females. There are specific staffs that are made for our Nijwok society. I was asked this morning by an individual sitting amongst us about that society. And I want to acknowledge them for coming out and saying that, because it's not easy. The westernized world has always told us that to push those guys aside, push them aside, push them aside. Anishinaabe people never did. They sat in our circles all the time, every single ceremony that we had, because they had a specific purpose in our lodges. And again, it's about protocols, about understanding how it works. Anishinaabe is about balance. Everybody wants to learn about the smooth side of this fan, because there's teachings there, all the best teachings you can possibly find, where you'll find our very first teaching that everybody in this world has received, no matter what nation you are. And then people are scared to understand the other side. Like I said, these 7 grandfather teachings that we have are only the basic fundamental teachings that we have. There's 42 subcategories of each and every one of those words. This side and this side. Because there's 2 sides to a story. Our Fish Clan members will understand that. And gradually, when we get to the Fish Clan, I'll explain that. Leadership isn't about rising to power. It's about rising a community up. Some of us tend to forget that. I am not a leader, and I don't ever want to be a leader. Sometimes when we look at leadership, we have to follow guidelines. And guidelines tend to neglect some of our items that we have sitting amongst us. Because with protocols that we have with this, with our items that we carry, our bundles that we carry, we have to make sure that when we express these things, we carry them with us at all times. I know my friend, Arogama from Nipissing, had an incident down south, and I was very, very upset that that happened. And I was really glad that it came back to him. A lot of the time when these bundle items that we carry are stolen, the individuals that have done it are going to get paid back. Sometimes not in a good way. And I don't mean to be too harsh, but karma, as what the Jaganash people call it, will come back. But if you're going to put that hat on, that sense of leadership is only minimal, because leadership coincides with standing up when nobody else will. When we look at our items and our bundles, the importance of having them, this isn't a privilege. This isn't a right. This is an opportunity. An opportunity to share the items that are amongst us with each and every one of yous that are sitting here listening. Even in our Zoom world here. So as we begin to go through all these protocols, why I want you to be here present, to take those horse blinders off. When you walk into this room with an open mind, you're going to understand a lot more. You're going to hear a lot more. We're going to talk about these clan teachings. We're going to talk about medicine wheel teachings. We're going to talk about dream catchers. We're going to talk about everything you can possibly think of in the next 2 days. And it's not going to be enough time. As Anishinaabe people, we can defeat anything in this world, no matter what. But there's one thing that we cannot defeat. It's time. I was always taught that that's the greatest gift you can give anyone in this world. And I believe that. And I wish I had more time to sit with the man that should be standing here talking to you guys about this. But we ran out of time. And I hope that whatever he has given you guys, you keep that here. Because those teachings were for you. Those gifts that he has given, they're for you, not for me. I am not my dad. In the Shoganosh world, my GST name is Gordon Wandabants, Jr. In the powwow circuit, my name is Chop. In the lodge, Karayamaingandago. What I was always taught was that when you introduce yourself in the language, you never translate that name, because it holds a significant value in our language because it means something else rather than Joganosh. In that language, it is very, very important to remember. We talked about it this morning. I know a lot of people don't have the language, and that's okay. Miguel. Bangietago Nishnabe. Bangietago. Just a little bit. Whether it's Ani, whether it's Bojo. Once you start using at least one word a day, that's a start. And that's good. That's all you need. Our language is very, very important to remember, to have. Sometimes we don't get that opportunity to share our language. Sometimes you don't get that opportunity to pass that language. Because once you become a language speaker, a language holder, again, it's about protocol. It's your obligation to pass that on. Protocol. So we look around at our items. We look at our wampum belt. We look at our eagle staffs, our drums, our feathers. Each one of these things have meaning. Each one of these things have purpose. What those purposes actually were meant to be is to unite each and every one of us. Sure, clans aren't going to get along, because out in the natural world, there are always natural allies and natural enemies. This is where the confrontations will happen. Confrontations in between clans, confrontation in between families. I'm a harvester. I'm not a hunter. I harvest only what I need for my family to sustain. That's what I was taught. That's what I was taught growing up. You only take what you need. I feed my family, or I try to. We only use wild game. And I harvest from each one of these clans, but I always ask before I take. Whether it be harvesting an animal or harvesting medicine, because I also harvest medicine. And in those protocols is always instilled, Anishinaabe people are not allowed to take lives unless we're asked. And with these protocols, this is why that Sama is very, very important. That Sama was like our contract agreement with you and the individual who is passing it, or you and the thing that you're about to harvest, because that's life you're taking, whether it be a plant, a medicine, an animal, no matter what. These are very, very important things to remember in Anishinaabe. When we look at all of these items, I can speak to all these items, but it's not in my place to. Each one of these items have a carrier designated specifically to those individuals because they want to take that responsibility on items with everyone. Whether it be the youngest child sitting in the back or our Gekayik that are sitting amongst us. We have to remember that these bundles are items that we need to carry. Every single person in this room has a bundle. Every single one of you. Maybe you guys don't realize it. Where's my Otter clan? Is there anybody from the Otter clan here? I like to pick on Otter clan because my partner is Otter. She has so many little items that she carries with her in her bundle. Specifically, a little tiny rock. I'm sure that you Otter clan have something small like that. And we'll get into that later because I'm going to tease you guys about it later. But those items are very, very important in that clan because that's a part of the bundle. And they'll take that no matter where they go. They'll have it with them at all times, no matter what. My clan, I always have a harvesting tool with me. Whether it be when I run over a deer on the way down here, because my truck is completely a mess. But also acknowledging the fact that that deer, just like my friend here, she come down from Chicago, and she told me the similar story because that happened to me actually last month. No, about a month and a half ago now with my vehicle. But I also acknowledge the fact that he was also there teaching us a lesson. I put my Samoa down and asked for forgiveness for taking that life. I apologized. I apologized to the Hoof clan for taking a life when right now you're not meant to take lives right now. Because springtime is about beginning of new life. And each one of these clans are acknowledging that right now. In the clan system, there's also ceremonies that happen in specific times. One of the biggest ceremonies that happens is what I don't know where the word potluck come from, but we gradually we adopted that somewhere. I'm not too sure where. And I don't know where the word potlatching came from. But we had that as well. That specific clan would come together and have a feast, and they would bring items specifically for that clan in a feast. And it was share amongst everyone. There was never no wealth in Anishinaabe. We never knew what it meant to be wealthy. And we never knew what it meant to be poor either, because we never had those things. We sat as equals, each and every one of us, even leadership. when leadership would be going around to community, they'd also be getting gifts. And once they get too many gifts, they would have a giveaway and a feast. Because that was originally how it was done. Because like I said, leadership isn't about being the lead. It's about sharing amongst the people. Sharing knowledge, sharing teachings. So when we look at Anishinaabeg people, I'm not talking about just us right here. I have a very, very difficult time, and it makes me kind of cringe when I hear the word indigenous. You know, we had a good chuckle there last week about that word. What's the government going to call us next year? See, when I was growing up, I was First Nation, and then I was Aboriginal, and then I went back to being an Indian, and then I went back to First Nation, and then I went back to Aboriginal, and then I went back to Indigenous. It doesn't make sense to me. Me and my dad would get into an argument about that. And he would always be scolding me, like I said. He'd scold me a lot, but it was funny. It wasn't out of anger. He would just be kind of laughing at me because he'd always tell me in the end, well, what are we going to be next year? I wonder. So we look at how and when the government changes all the time, these words always continuously change. So I guess maybe next year we'll become Indian again. I don't know. But it makes me cringe when they say indigenous, because I was always taught that everyone is indigenous on stolen land. And I really, really dug into that. So you look at all this so-called crown land. I don't call it crown land. This is treaty land. I had a conversation with my friend here last year about harvesting in a territory on treaty land in the Sudbury region. And they said that we couldn't gain access to it. So I questioned them. It's in our treaty rights. It's in our treaty rights to utilize this land, because all of us were stewards of that land. Each and every one of us. We have that right to go over there and harvest, because these were our traditional harvesting grounds. But a lot of people are afraid to go over there and do that, because we're only told that we can only harvest in our little reserves that we have, but I was always taught that, go and exercise your rights. And that was a part of what this represents, what that pipe represents. The treaty area that we're sitting in. But more or less, when we exercise our rights as the Nishnawbe people, we're exercising our rights. Shikamenes. Where is that? Does anybody know here? Where is that place? Well, Shikamenes. What is that? All of North America. Yeah. we have territorial rights to harvest anywhere on that territory. I was invited out west to go harvest a buffalo with a group of Anishinaabe people out there. And I'm going to exercise that right this year. And I apologize to the Hoof clan, but I am going to ask while I'm there. So gradually in time, everyone will exercise these rights. Because each one of these clans are very, very important to understand. So as we begin this afternoon, I want you to kind of reflect on your own clan. On some of the, I guess, characteristics of that specific clan. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to talk to you about my clan, my songs. When our feast happens, that's where we're going to begin. Because like I said, I'm biased. I'm not going to lie. I'm biased towards my own clan. But I also acknowledge the other clans that are sitting amongst us. The biggest confrontation that the Wolf clan always has is the ones that's sitting in that direction over there underneath that bear. Cool. Because those two would always fight. They would fight. Sometimes it's to the death. But they would also respect one another. Each and every one of these clans have that mutual respect. And each and every one of these clans have natural enemies. But like I said, that when we begin understanding and breaking down the difference in between each one of these clans and looking underneath each and every one of these clans, we'll look to the Martin for guidance, our fish clans for guidance. When the Wolf clan came to be, there was also the dog. I don't like too many dogs. They tend to like me, but I don't really care for them. This is a Wolf clan story that I heard while I was out west from one of my good friends out there, one of my teachers. His name was Glenn Ba. He said that a long time ago, the dogs betrayed the Wolf clan. They betrayed them because they took a human side instead of the wolf. And then the day when the lodge came to be, the wolves brought everybody in, and the dog never came. So with that, the wolves pretty much decided amongst themselves that, okay, he doesn't want to be a part of us. So as a natural enemy after, this is why dogs and wolves don't really get along now. And then, gradually in time, the dogs had a meeting of their own about a building like this. And as they came in, they would hang their tails up just like those shirts over there. And I would laugh every time they would do that. Every time I heard this story, I would giggle, I would laugh. Because when the wolves came to find out what was going on in that circle, those dogs scattered. They ran in all different directions, all different kinds of dogs. And then, now, in this modern day, I kind of giggle to myself every time I see this when I'm walking by a park and seeing a couple of dogs sniffing each other's butts. Because they're looking for their tail. My grandma was telling me that story a while ago, and I kind of giggle at it every time I see a couple of dogs sniffing each other's butt. And that I always remembered what she said is that, remember that when the dogs do that, they're trying to find their own tail, because they ran out of that lodge so fast, they just grabbed any tail and they left. So when the Wolf Clan joins together in ceremony, it's done in around Nirogizis. Nastatam, Nirogizis. That's when that ceremony is done. This is when we feast our clan. This is also the time when those members go and fast. It is the most difficult time of the year. But that's what I was taught growing up. So when we look at the Wolf Clan, you see a lot of the similarities in between those individuals and their own characteristics, their personal traits. You'll often find them alone. Sometimes they'll be in a pack of family. They're very, very family-oriented individuals. And then you look at how they live in the community. They harvest as much as they can and they share with their own family members. Because that's what they always did. And the leadership of those clans would never eat first. They'd let the community eat first. Let that clan eat first, and then the leader would take what was left. And I kind of laugh at myself because I see myself doing that all the time. I never eat at a gathering. I always let other people eat. I didn't realize that until actually my dad told me that. He says, you don't really eat at these gatherings. You know, you're supposed to. Even when I went to the Sundance Lodge. Again, I got hit with the stick. I was telling my friend over here this morning about that. I guess I'll share this little story with you, is that when I was growing up, I grew up in that lodge, out west. And I was just one of those little guys, those real Jingas little guys running around, chasing everybody, being Jingas. And I asked my dad one time, he says, what is that old man over there have that stick for? And if you've ever been to Sundance Lodge, you'll see that stick that these old ones carry. I asked my dad that I think it was like the first or second day we were there, because he would always be holding that stick. I was just kind of questioning him that night. And then all he says to me is, oh, don't worry. You'll know what that stick is by the time we're done. Because I was that little guy running around. You all you guys in here know what I'm talking about. So I guess it was day 4 or 5, I guess. I guess he had enough of me running around and being loud. So I was walking by this time. And then I took off real fast, and I come around again, and then that's when he took his stick out. Asna, nobody been with you. Don't sit down over there. So I found out what the stick was for. And then I had to laugh this morning because that's what these ladies reminded me of when I was sitting there with that Flint and Striker. kind of giggling away, and then I remembered about that stick because there was one sitting right beside me. I said, I have to share that today. It's too funny not to, and that's what I mean is that when, even with the Wolf Clan also represents the humility, to be humble. And boy, was I humbled that day after that. I don't think I moved from that spot for a few hours after I got smacked. But our Gekkayak are very strict like that for a reason, because they want you to listen. And they want you to learn. It wasn't done out of anger, because they explained to me exactly what I did wrong. And this is why exactly I'm saying to you guys, this is why you guys are going to get mad at me in here. And that's good. You guys aren't going to agree with some of the things I'm going to say, and that's good. Because opposition is always needed in these kinds of things. But remember that explanation has to be done as well. We have to hear both sides of the story. Right? It's very, very important to understand those things. So when the time comes, we need to explain. Just like that old man when he smacked me with that stick. He explained to me what I did wrong. And why I needed that quick little smack. It wasn't hard, but hard enough to feel. Nina Bourgeau gave us a lot of things, to teach us. No more than that willow stick. For you medicine people in here, you remember the fact that that willow stick can cause pain, and it can also take it away. So just remember that when there's a stick in place at a ceremony, just make sure that you explain those things. That's just how I was taught. We have to be able to hear both sides of those stories. In the Wolf Clan, when we sit down amongst each other, we share the songs. There's specific songs that we sing. There's actually about maybe 64 different songs. I sang one this morning. That song came from out west. From another one of my teachers. His name was David Obiba. He shared many, many different things about the Wolf Clan with me, and how the family-oriented component really fits in to this modern-day world. Wolf Clan members were always shy and timid at first. Then gradually, when you get to know them, they're real funny and bouncy and playful. And sometimes I find myself like that, especially at work when I'm sitting around with individuals like my friends here, giggling away all the time, because even with that group that I sit with, we use a lot of humor, a lot of laughter to heal a lot of different things. And that's just a part of each and every one of our clans that sit amongst us. That's built inside your clans. Just like the shyness. Every Anishinaabe person is shy. Every single one. There's not anybody in here that isn't shy until you gain the first 3 grandfather teachings that we were given. After you get those 3, you're going to build the rest after. Those first 3 teachings that I'm speaking of are the fundamental foundations of any component of construction, in the mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical world. When you get love, when you get trust, when you get honesty, all the other ones will fall in place easy. But you have to get to those points first. And it's not easy. So when we look at these clans and how they're used, these fundamental ones that you see here, like under the Martin, Akadewan, they will change with each nation, with each tribe. They'll rotate. And like I said, sometimes these clans will actually change as well into territories, like the Turtle Clan, Chieftain Clan. The Turtle Clan will change into a Sturgeon Clan, Hmong. When you look at the Crane, you look at the Eagle. I remember my dad talking about these 7 clans when there was actually only 5 original ones, where they went to the Large Paw, the Small Paw, the Bird Clan, the Talon Clan, and the Hoof Clan. And each one would coincide with one another. And then when I really broke it down, when I started, I guess, categorizing a lot of these different things, I kind of, I guess, woke myself up to understanding this entire clan system. And even I don't know the entire clan system because there's just too much to know. There's too many clans out there. The stories I'm going to share from these clans are the ones that I actually sat with. I sat with a lot of different clan members, and they shared a lot of their stories. That's why I asked if I can share those stories with different individuals that are in here from those clans. Because we have to ask for permission. We have to ask for that in order to share. Just like myself. So when we share these stories, when we share these teachings, we have to make sure that we acknowledge where they come from. That's why I'm going to share a lot of these stories and who they came from. Because just like the bundles that we carry, they have to have history in them. History of our stories, because a lot of our oral stories were meant that way. I had this whole thing planned out too, by the way. I was actually sitting with my friend Jen here. I had everything planned out to a T. I had a nice PowerPoint presentation for you guys. I did all these things. I was working on it for the past month. And then I got scolded. Because he came and visited me a couple of days ago, and he scolded me into language, like I said. And then I just left it. I didn't bother using it at all. It's at home. Because I told the ladies to make sure they put these screens up so I can have a nice PowerPoint presentation for all you guys, you know. And then she reminded me this morning, that's because it wasn't supposed to be done that way. And I just kind of laugh. And it's true. These teachings are oral for a reason. And I had to laugh, you know, and I could hear my dad this morning when we were doing sunrise. Hapajiko Nishin, Nishnabe. Ever good that you're doing this here. And even my mom was yelling away at us this morning as she was driving to work. And that's where it begins, is there. That's why I apologize this morning to all you guys who ended up in here this morning for sunrise. So I guess some of the things that the clan members share within their own clan is, like I said, the songs, the dances, because each one of these clans have specific dances to coincide with them as well. Whether it be ceremonial dance or a powwow, a social dance. And the songs incorporated with them. Because there's a very, very specific song in the Horse Clan that is done. There's a specific dance. And it's done out west actually a lot. So gradually in time, hopefully that dance will come here. If those the Hoof Clan members will share that dance in this area, because we had a lot of horses in this area. And we had buffalo here as well. That this clan, in some areas, that'll change from deer clan to buffalo. Because he's very, very important. So I guess when these dances are taught, these songs that are taught with individual clans, you know, if you know these things, share them amongst your clans. So where's my Wolf Clan members? Anybody here? 1, 2, 3. Oh, way in the back over there. Bonjour. We have a really special feast tomorrow for you guys. I brought something for my Wolf Clan members, because that's in respect to the clan itself. I brought you guys a gift. This is what I was taught. When you bring a clan together, you also have a giveaway for that specific clan. So I guess Bishop joke. So I guess what we'll do first is I'm going to talk really quick, because we don't have too much time before lunchtime. Chewy Sniddle. And like I said, that Anishinaabe people tend to get fidgety. So when, as Anishinaabe people, I guess I'll just break it down. Still kind of explaining myself here, who I am. In the Jaganash world, I've done a lot of Jaganash education as well. A lot of psychological background, social work background, mental health trauma and crisis. But it never really appealed to me. I could never grasp it because of the Jaganash protocols that were in there. I could never sign that paper obliging by their rules, because in their rules, this only means so much. But to Anishinaabe people, this means more. And that's what I was having a really difficult time with. So as I was growing up, why I came to be, I guess, was a lifetime of understanding and learning from my parents. My parents were the best teachers that I've ever had, but they always encouraged me to go and learn elsewhere, go and listen and learn from everybody else as well, not just us. both my parents had the language. You know, I was fortunate that way. I could always hear it, and I was always getting scolded in the language. And like I said, it kind of hits a little bit different when you're getting scolded in the language. But it was good, you know. So gradually, over the years, I just kind of fell into what I do for work. I never really chose a specific career for myself. And I just know that my dad is laughing at me right now. Because I told him I'm never going to do what you do. Never. Now look at. And same with my mom. My mom's the same exact way. I told her the same thing too. I'm never going to do what you do. I'm teaching. Go figure. But I can hear them continuously in my head, you know, every single day. Share what you know. Share what you know. Pass on what you know. Knowledge keepers, knowledge holders out there. Get kayak, even over there on that little tiny screen. Share what you know. Pass on what you know. Each and every one of you guys in here are mentors to someone. Even those little guys sitting there, they're mentors to someone. There's somebody always looking up to you guys, even if you don't think so. There's always somebody looking up. And I guess just given the understanding of that teaching itself, we never want to be our mentors. And gradually it just happens. Like I said, you know, I never expected to be standing here talking about clan teachings with you guys like what my dad was doing. You know, kind of kicked myself in the butt when I said that a while ago to him. And he just kind of chuckled at me and laughed, because I guess he already knew, right? He was a smart man, don't get me wrong, you know, he knew quite a bit. But remember, you're your own person. And that's what he always told me, you know. Just be who you are. Be proud of who you are, because that's you. Know your identity. Where you fit in that Nishtabemun. Where you fit in that circle. No matter if you're leadership or not. Because sometimes leadership don't want to be leadership. Sometimes they need to take a break as well. You know, we have leadership amongst us. And I want to acknowledge you guys. You know, I know how difficult it is. Not only being in maybe the political world, but even being leadership in a family. Because there's a lot more responsibility. Understanding that we all need to kind of sit down and relax. Take that time for ourselves to be with our families. Because we also need to rejuvenate ourselves. Because if we don't, we're all hypocrites when it comes to this. Each and every one of us sitting in this room right now, except for those young ones sitting there. We're all hypocrites when it comes to the fact that we need to take time for ourselves and we don't. Because automatically what we do when we don't take time for ourselves, we flip open our phone and start texting, and because the technological world allows us to do that. Me, I'll probably end up forgetting my phone on the floor today at some point. Because it doesn't matter. I know where I need to be. And people know where I am. So if they need to come and find me, they'll come and find me. Sometimes we need to slow down in this fast world. Even ourselves. reflect back on, what have I missed in these days? What have I lost? Because like I said, time is a very, very unique gift to give anyone. Because we don't have enough. We can defeat anything in this world, but we can't defeat time. And that was one of the things that I regret the most before my dad left, was that. A teaching that he was trying to instill in my head for a decade or more. Being able to share these teachings, the majority of these teachings, you guys already know, like I said. You're not going to learn anything new from me today. You aren't. Not even tomorrow. Like I said, I'm only reawakening what's already there. This is what they call that blood memory. It's already instilled in you. You already know about it. So when we begin these, just remember that this is to my best ability. This is what little I know about all these kinds of things. So when we look at these clans, when we sit down with this one specifically, we have to make sure that we understand the traditional components and values of these. Because that teaching itself is very, very important. Because that teaching that they carry and that they bring is also the fundamentals of life. So when we do these teachings, we make sure that we acknowledge the protocols. And these are just some of the protocols that I shared with you, even from my own clan. So now that I kind of opened up your mind, I kind of gained those three. By the end of the day, I'm expecting questions. And that's good. Don't feel that you can't ask these questions. This is why we're here. Each and every one of us want to know about our clans. Even if you don't see your clan sitting here, trust me, you're here. And I'll tell you exactly where you sit. Like the Beaver clan. There's Beaver clan members here. My brother's one of them. Sit where you're supposed to. I always have to sit in that direction because that's where my clan is from. These are some of those clan teachings that we're going to be sharing. If you don't know your clan, we're going to get into that right off the bat. Because that's a part of this, what he brings us. So when we share these things, if you want to know your clans, if there's an adoption process, there's ceremony that has to take place, and you have to take the proper protocols to do it. That Sama begins with it. To go and sit with one of our Gekkayank. Sit with our head gets it. And ask those things. Sometimes ceremony has to commence. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they'll just come. As long as you're doing it in the proper way. This is what our items are for. These are what our bundles are for. Protocols. Protocols are very, very important. So make sure that when we share these things, when we want to ask these things, Sama is first. So I guess before, not quick, I'm going to speak on this. There's a society out there right now that we're always afraid to, I guess, share who they were, to represent who they were. In this society, the Jaganash world always deemed them, keep those guys away. They're evil. Well, you know what? Your evil came on the same boat that you guys came on. That's the way I see it. Anishinaabe never had nothing like that. In the Jaganash world, this is exactly Jaganash world because they actually labeled them as this, as two-spirited. I asked that question out west when I was there about this two-spirit. And then again, that get guy almost hit me with that stick. And then I asked why. And then she looked at me and she said, how can a being hold two spirits? It's impossible. Nobody can. They have the best of both worlds. But they also have the worst of both worlds. And then I asked them, I says, well, what about understanding who they are and where they belong? They were always with us. If you knew your history, you'd understand that. There's one of their old Getkaink named Harvey Two Feathers from the Crow Nation. He was one of the ones that shared a lot of the teachings. And with that came that word. I asked one of my elders, well, what is the proper way of understanding who they are? Got it. Because nobody can hold two spirits, but they can hold two characteristics of Anishinaabe. The best of both worlds and the worst of both worlds. And we acknowledge them in this circle because they belong here. They do. They were always with us, no matter what. It was the Jaganash people that put that amongst us, that said that they were evil, that they ridiculed them, to discriminate against them. They were teachers by inherent right themselves. And it was just the fact that the Jaganash world put that in Anishinaabe, and we adopted it. It was time to eliminate that, because they were always with us. They're teachers by inherent right. And they sit with this. They were our warriors. They were our fighters. They were our providers. They were our gatherers. That's where they belong. And the Martin clan knew that. Wabishashi Doramak. They would take those individuals in and they would care for them. They would build them as warriors. But the Wabishashi was never just warriors. And that was a delusion. They're more than that. So with this society, Nijok, I want to acknowledge all of them in here. If there's more, I recognize you, I acknowledge you. As I said this morning, acknowledge each and every one of you guys in here. But just remember that when you come through those doors, you take your horse blinders off. Everyone. I don't want you to listen from here, because those will deceive you. I want you to listen from here. Our Ogama here always made sure that we acknowledge the staff, and I want to acknowledge the Ogamak for bringing that staff. I want to acknowledge our head gets it for joining me, because this isn't going to be easy what I'm going to be sharing with you guys, because like I said, Shikamba was the one that did this, not me. And it's very difficult for me to stand here and share these things, but I'm gonna. And I can say that I have my brother here anyways to kind of scold me if I do something wrong. So just when we're going through these clans this afternoon, like I said, we're not going to go through all of them today. We'll probably end up maybe getting to Crane, maybe. Because we have to really look back at understanding these sub-clans that are there and where they sit. And I assure you that each and every one of your clans are sitting here underneath one of these. And like I said, they change from territory to territory. And I'll be explaining a couple of the clans that are kind of the ones that are forgotten and hidden from Anishinaabe people, the more difficult clans. It's actually called Nibinabe. Very, very powerful clan. I'll share that later. Amigos Gwizindoyuk. No, quick meanwhile.
Where's John? We've asked one of our Quaywak from the Northern Superior Region, Evelyn Stone, to speak to the spirit plate that's been prepared. And then we'll wait for lunch for 1 hour.
Bonjour. My name is Kibeneshe Kwedezinkas, First Nation Donjaba. I'd like to say, Miigwech, and what an awesome opportunity it is to sit here amongst you and listen to the teachings. And when I hear our brother's name, Gord, he's a very awesome brother of mine that, just guiding us on this wonderful journey in understanding. And as my brother was saying there, getting to know who we are as people. And I just wanted to share that when I was growing up in grade school, I always wore my headband. And I knew I was a native. But until I started finding myself and getting to know who I was, that was a very proud journey. And today I'm a very proud Anishinaabe. And to sit amongst the leadership here for Anishinaabe Nation and being part of that council, Women's Council, is quite an honor. So I'd like to say Chimigwech Gajem Nado for your guidance, for Nebe, that life giver, for the food that we eat, the nourishment we need every day to survive, to help in the guidance and learning that wisdom and that knowledge for our children and our families at home, and for ourselves to learn something new every day as is gratitude for all creation. Miigwech.
And Chigesus will do a drum song just to signal you to return to the circle. I know you've been sitting quite a bit this morning, and I think the eastern door is right here. If you need to get up and go and stretch, grab a coffee, or do so. There's nothing too restrictive that you need to get seated to the point where you're falling asleep. Or if you need to close your eyes for a while, but just don't close your ears. Miigwech.
Anishinaabe basically means Anishinaabe Day, and it is a national holiday for the Anishinaabe. It commemorates the day that we passed and proclaimed the Anishinaabe Chinook-Nagawin, June 6, 2012, at Shigwenda First Nation at the Grand Council. It was passed, and there was a pipe ceremony confirming it. And so there was, and as a movement, the whole notion of having a constitution outside of the Canadian legislative framework and outside of Canada, in and of ourselves, it was really, really an important assertion. Again, we had another one in 1980, which was the Anishinaabe Declaration, which said the same thing. We are a nation of people. We have the right to our own governments. We have the right to decide who our citizens are. We have the right to educate our children. So that is basically the purpose of the Chinook-Nagawin. And so the passage of it is Anishinaabe Gijigat, to celebrate that. And our elder always said that June the 6th is our national holiday, not June 21st. That's Canada made that holiday. But we have our own holiday, which is June the 6th. Incidentally, June the 5th was the day that the chiefs and the leaders in the sovereigntist movement in the 1940s chose as their national holiday. And I did not know that until just recently. And the purpose of the day is stated very clearly by them in 1944, or was it 45, when the Constitution was actually passed, one or the other, was that this day would be a day of celebration throughout our nation so that our children will be proud of who they are. And that's the purpose of Anishinaabe-Gichigat, to celebrate Anishinaabe. We're still here, we still have our teachings, we still have our language, and we are restoring that and bringing that back, because that's what we need to do. Otherwise, we could lose everything, you know, and we haven't, and we still, and I think because of all of the work of the ancestors and the elders over the years, we have been doing this for many years, and we are still moving forward. And I think that that is something that really needs to be celebrated, and our children need to know. We've lost so much of our old ways of telling stories and learning about who we are and how things came to be. And so this is one of the things that we could do on Anishinaabe-Gichigat. We could, you know, have the creation story, listen to the recital of the wampum belts, remembering who we are, basically, so that we can have it should, you know, in our schools. And it's really for the children. It really is for future generations to celebrate being Anishinaabe and to teach our children our stories, our history, our creation story, our history, and remembering, you know, our the wampum belts, and bringing back all of the pride in being Anishinaabe and being part of an indigenous nation. And you know, that's who we are. And so that's why the Anishinaabe-Gichigat is so important to celebrate, so that we're proud and we know who we are.
This is our understanding.
The
Anishinaabe Nation is big, it's diverse, and it's beautiful.
A treaty is something that you're supposed to follow to the rules that are set within, and you have to understand them. So for one thing, my grandfather could not read the writing that was on that document, so he was afraid to sign it because he would be giving something away. And so he chose not to. He said, I will not sign nothing.
When the treaties were signed, there was two different interpretations around, you know, what this relationship would be. They didn't obtain this land legally. The truth is the land was stolen. The map as we know it does not look like that in real life.
The treaty process was one in which we agreed to share the use of all these lands. Surrender and ceded have no basis in the Ojibwe language.
Most importantly, we did not surrender the land.
Then the Indian agent sold 300,000 acres for 7 bags of flour and 14 blankets. So I said to them, what are you going to do? Cut them into quarter-inch strips and give everybody a chunk?
Oftentimes when Indigenous people, you know, go out to their traditional territories and protect their land, they're often met with, police violence. But I mean militarized police violence. And this isn't right. Indigenous people have a right to protect their traditional land because that's where they're from. That's where their people are buried. That's where they have their histories. That's where their languages come from.
Our people are what they are. They're with nature, and we're not going to leave this world. We're always going to be here. We were here from day one for thousands of years before the coming of the white people, We're so-called immigrants that come here. See, right now we have a foreign system, a corporate world, the governments that are in place thinking that they own us and all the land and the people in it. In a very short time, they've destroyed our lands, and look at how much sickness is floating around. We'll just take till we destroy everything.
Colonization is it's a big thing.
Well, we're going to get big floods here, and they just had a tornado on St. Louis Island. Or what does everybody call that tornado? That's what's doing that. They're raping the bush.
Everybody is affected by colonization. And because of all of this resource extraction that happens in the name of colonialism, it's why we're in climate change. And, we have to start, I think, detrenching away from that. Because it's causing climate change. It's connected. Like, you cannot really talk about climate change and not talk about colonization when you're thinking about solutions.
Only way you can help this, everybody's got to get after the government in each town and stop giving out permits they got to let the forest grow up so we can have the same kind of weather we had here 10 years ago.
But we have to try to get along so they can understand our way of life. We have to get back to the way we were, and that's why we're having so many problems today.
This resource aims to explore various topics and connect to the work that has been done around treaties. All of the knowledge is contributed by elders, knowledge keepers, and community members. In order to access the resource, please visit www.anishinaabeg.ca. From there, go to the Education Resources section. Once you click on this section, you will then come to a variety of resources. Click on Godot Sestamo Kime. This is our understanding. Once you're at the welcoming page and you scroll down, you will notice a navigational image that has various topics that are covered in the resource. For example, Treaty 3, Indian Residential Schools, First Nation Building, UNDRIP, Community Spotlight, Land Back, Chinook Nagawin. As an example, every page is set up in the same way. You will get to see various resources. Big ideas, let's explore with supporting videos, suggested inquiry prompts, downloadable documents to use in the classroom, points of investigations, and bringing everything together. There's also a slide deck on each section that you can download and use in the classroom. Treaties are living agreements, and there are 46 of them in Ontario. Almost the entire province is treaty land. Godot Sestamo Kime. This is our understanding. Godot Sestamo Kime. This is our understanding.
1887 or 88, 89. they put the railroad through. And there's letters right in there in the archives. This guy says, I can't do nothing with them bullheaded Indians. They don't want to sign to go through the land. And then the Indian agent sold 300,000 acres for 7 bags of flour and 14 blankets. So I said to them, what are they going to do? Cut them into 1/4-inch strips and give everybody a chunk? And give everybody half a cup of flour? Is that the thing what it was? Yeah. I hope people understand what I'm talking about. That was very crooked. They were crooked.
When treaties were signed, there's different worldviews that were at play. There's the settler society, the crown, indigenous peoples, and it's a clash of worldviews. Now, the idea of land ownership is concepts that often don't exist within indigenous ideologies, worldview of owning land. And often there's, in indigenous languages, there's no word, to describe these concepts in English. So when the treaties were signed, there was 2 different interpretations around, what this relationship would be, and it's been heavily weighed on, what the Crown's or the government's interpretations are for the treaty. Indigenous peoples had a completely different understanding of what this relationship would be.
A treaty is something that you're supposed to follow to the rules that are set within, and you have to understand them. So for one thing, my grandfather could not read the writing that was on that document, so he was afraid to sign it because it would be giving something away. And so he chose not to. He said, I will not sign nothing. Because I might be giving everything away in the future if I sign something I don't understand, is what he said.
In order to steal land, you do 2 things. You conquer their god, and then you replace it with your god, and then you redefine the map. You redefine the boundaries, and you claim it to be yours. And really, more land has been stolen by maps than guns and bombs.
Shingbok said to the Queen whatever her name was, Victoria, he says, we're not selling to the water. That's our way of life, and we're keeping all our water. He went all over not to let the water go. Every reserve, and he traveled from after 1918, the war. He traveled there for 14 years.
They had interpreters who did their best to translate the languages, but was at the time probably at most impossible to translate. They can only get close to. And that's why there's no real understanding of what took place in those days. And my grandfather's words were never recorded. He said, I won't sign it, we'll just lend them. But they have to pay for the land use.
And so what happens is, of course, the Crown, under the doctrine of discovery, started to call this place Canada. Canada became a country and started to call this place Canada under the doctrine of discovery. They didn't obtain this land legally. And so they started to make provinces, and they started to map out municipality areas and all sorts of parks and all sorts of things. And what happens is they teach children from when they're young all the way up until they're into university this map and the idea of it. And so people growing up believing that that's actually the truth, when in fact it is not. It's not the truth. The truth is the land was stolen. The map as we know it does not look like that in real life.
Now, this guy went along, he put him in there cutting, sell the timber, and then he'd give the money to the guy, the land was his. They're cutting the reserve. I went to a meeting. Chief asked me to go down. I told him that Duncan Township belongs to us. The guy that logged there, they called him Slippery Dan McDonald because he changed the line. The line, if you go up by Driving Lake, the old map I had takes in half the lake. Then he changed the line into the reserve. None of that lake is on the reserve now.
Did you know that in Belgium, they had a treaty to define what the boundaries of the United States and Canada are, and Indigenous people were not included? And we feel that that's an illegitimate border. How can they put a border on our lands without our consent? That's not right. But under the Doctrine of Discovery, you can conquer lands of people who are not Christians, enslave them or kill them, and you can mark that land as yours. And that's exactly what they did. And that's exactly what needs to change.
The islands weren't included, and the white people weren't smart enough to include them in the deal when they forged the treaty. So all the islands belong to all the tribes all over. St. Joe's Island, the states claimed that, but it belonged to the Garden River Band. And they traded it, and that was it. We just lost the island.
At what point did Indigenous peoples give up the right to manage their own territories? That's something that we never relinquished. And that's something that's understood in our communities and is exercised, in many different ways.
But again, I will touch on my grandfather's understanding. Only allowing the immigrants to come in. That was the only thing that he understood at that table. There was no mention of resources, no mention of anything else. The only thing was allowed and that's what I talked about the Homesteaders Act. See, today, in the world that we live in, and I know everybody lives in towns, wherever they may, which they don't own. So they have to pay somebody. And if you don't pay that rent, you got to get the hell out of there. So when is our payment going to start in this country? And that's very important to understand that. And when did we give our rights away? We never gave them away. To date yet, we never gave them away.
Things have to change. I don't believe that the map as we see it now will be this way in the future. And this is a really good thing, because when Indigenous people are included in the maps, included in their territories, included in the picture of what's being shown, then it shows that we're in solidarity and unity together. And that's always a good thing. We need to work together. And so by having us erased and kind of tucked away and hiding all of these things hasn't done any good. But exposing the truth is always the best. The way of the truth is the way of the future. Because when you tell the truth, good things happen. And good things will come out of it when the truth is told. And so I think that it'll be better because of that.
I'm Charlie Ang.
Is important because it really is fundamentally the way that we treat one another. For example, it's a process. Governance is a process about procedures and rules and how we make decisions. And for Anishinaabe people, we have a tradition where we make decisions together as a collection of families in a community. And so governance is basically about how we treat each other. It's about how we think, it's about how we speak, and how we act and make decisions for a community or for a nation. Anishinaabe governance was based on, thousands and thousands of years of living with the land and all of the information and knowledge that comes from that. So in our Anishinaabe governance, it's really land-based, and so we have the clan system or the Dodomag system of government, and that was what was in place when Europeans first came here. And that was the thing that was basically taken away, because with Anishinaabe governance, it's all wrapped up in language, and that's being the basis of knowledge, as well as how we relate to one another. And so when the Indian Act was imposed and things started happening where the children were starting to take away, really what was being attacked is our way of living, which governance speaks to that way of living, that understanding, the beliefs, the principles, and how we're supposed to behave in relation to one another and in relation to all of creation. And so this whole system under the Indian Act is a foreign system and was placed on top of our communities and enforced that way. And so really the Indian Act was an assault on our society, how we govern, our laws, our language, our culture, our ceremonies, all of those things. So it was really a way of basically getting rid of Indians, and that was the purpose of it, is to solve the Indian problem through attrition, I suppose, eradication in some place, dispossession for sure, oppression, and then then taking away the children. What else can you do to a society that would level it and bring it to a very bad, dark place? I think that Anishinaabe Nation, from what I've learned from the elders, and in particularly our head Getsitba, we had, what I learned about Anishinaabe governance is that it's our system. It works for us. It worked for us for thousands and thousands of years, and it's very applicable today, because it's the principles. It is steeped in language and in the land, and that's who we are. We are indigenous, which means we're in the same place that we were in for thousands and thousands of years, and all of our knowledge is based on that place, which is this land. And so for us, those things are inseparable. Land, language, governance, all the things that we hold dear, because governance is based on a set of principles, and our principles are the 7 grandfather teachings. And like I say, they are as applicable today, even more so than ever, because that's what we need. And to also, the other thing that I was taught is that for governance, our governance to work, a lot of it depends on our protocols. And then, all governments have protocols, how they begin and end, and, that whole recognition, like in the Canadian parliamentary system to the Queen, we have those kinds of protocols as well. So they're ceremonial, and so for us to do ceremony, we need to have Anishinaabe Moen, and so and our governance is very based on all of that knowledge that comes through ceremony, language. It is basically it's not it can't be separated from our society, really, like the way that we govern.
Maybe somewheres on the news or newspapers, on social media, you're going to hear the terminology land back. And basically what that is Indigenous people returning back to their traditional territories, doing their traditional things. And so because many people, Indigenous people, don't believe that it's Crown land and that they never ceded and surrendered their lands, that they're able to go back home. And of course, you know,
Hello, testing, testing. Here we go. Chimigwech Chigizis for signaling everyone to get back into the circle. Just a note for you folks on Zoom and for people here in attendance. Chop indicated earlier that if you have any questions, please have those questions ready. And if you're on Zoom, put them in the monitoring the chat line there to see if you have any comments or questions. So please feel free to comment if you get a chance, and on the Zoom, and in person here we'll entertain some questions later. Just a couple other notes. Save the date for next June 6th as well. It'll be Anishinaabe Gezhgut Day again. Last year it was held at the Anishinaabe Nation headquarters, but this year it's going to be held in conjunction with the Anishinaabe Nation Grand Council the week of June 6th. And it's going to be hosted in the southeast region, possibly Curve Lake or Alderville. They're still working out the logistics of which community, but it'll be one of those two communities. So June 6th, save the date. And I mentioned before the break, on the last day, there's some draws, a door prize draw of some beautiful paintings. There's an evaluation form if you haven't picked one up yet by the front desk where you registered this morning. It must be completed to get a ticket, and there's a chance to win Pendleton blanket, some tasty maple syrup, a coffee mug, some Timmy's cards, a charcuterie board, I hope I saying that correctly again, and caramel popcorn, and then also a Pendleton blanket and a laptop bag. So lots of opportunities to win some great prizes tomorrow. So again, thank you, Chigizis, and I was talking to Greg, one of the head singers, before the break, and he noted that the three members of that drum have been together for 37 years. Let's give them a round of applause. That's a milestone. And you can see with the other members of that group that they're such in sync with the drumming and the singing. It's what makes them one of the prominent drum groups on the powwow circuit. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn the session back over to Chop.
Asna shkushan. Depsinina. Apje. Chinba. Ba apje kun shin. Ba humba. It's we're running out of time. Each one of these clans represent a specific area of understanding. So with the Wabjeshi, what they actually did was when they were given that right and the teaching that they hold, that teaching is Zalgaduin. When is she Zalgaduin? That clan was given that grandfather teaching specifically because they accepted everyone. Those were the adoptee clans. So if you didn't know your clan right away before ceremony, this clan would take you in and house you, provide for you. The single mothers that, whether it be the lost a parent, one of them, father or mother, that clan would take you in, do the adoption process. Wabjeshi was also the provider for the community for sustainability. Sustainability of all costs, at all costs. These individuals underneath this clan would provide for the entire community, not just individual families. And they would do this at all costs, whether it even be risking their own life for sustainability. And if you really look at this clan, the individual members, where's my Wabjeshi? Where are they sitting here? In the back over here? Somebody back here? These clan members, they understand a lot of the waterways, the shorelines, they're very, very excellent fishermen. But furthermore, they would go completely out of their way to help you, even if they don't know you, because they hold that first grandfather teaching. Our grandfather teachings were given to us in an order. And this order, I'm going to go through this order, and then I'm going to show you guys exactly what I mean. This order was the life cycle and lifespan of an individual, such as us, as Nishabe people. Wabajashi brought love because that clan loved everyone. They would take everybody in. And like I said before, this is where the Nijwok society would sit with them. They would share with one another a lot of these teachings in between the clan itself, the songs, the teachings, the feasts. The feast of this clan actually is hosted almost right now in this moon. When that water starts to break, you'll see these guys on the shorelines diving in. Along with this clan is a sub-clan. There's a few of them here, which is Nagig. Shion Nagig. The otter. Like I said, I like teasing the otter clan because my partner is otter clan. You know, I have a lot of fun with the otter. And then the thing is with the otter clans, the otter clans will always carry a special pouch. And if you notice on the otter itself, they also have a little pouch here to store their little rock so they can bust up shells. The majority of this clan will actually have a bundle that they carry, like a traveling sized bundle, just maybe about this big. And inside there will be a little water vessel. They'll also have like a little stone or a little sharpening tool that they carry with them to harvest. And the harvesting methods of the otter, because there's only 3 species of otter in Turtle Island. There's the sea otters, which they can grow up to like 6 feet, 7 feet long. And then there's the river otters, where about anywhere from 5 to 4 feet. And then there's just the lake otters, which are a little bit smaller. But they all harvest the same. And if you look at the characteristics of this clan, the otter clan, they like shells, they like shellfish, they'll eat shrimp. You know, each one of these clan members love fish, and no matter what. And they're very, very family oriented, these individuals. In the clan system, when we're working with the otter clan, we always have to make sure that we express the knowledge that they carry as well, because they're also the carriers of medicines. Mostly the medicines that are along the shoreline. So this is where you'll find a lot of the white and yellow lilies. Wika. These are some of the items that they carry as well. They have vast knowledge of this medicine. They know how to use this. They know exactly what it's for. And Shkiki Kwe that are sitting in this area specifically, they have a vast knowledge of all medicines in general. They don't really focus on one. They focus on all. So alongside of that clan is also the Beaver. The Beaver clan, where are architects, building communities, foundations, infrastructures, just like what they do out in the water. These individuals in this clan, Abishai, where is he? Where is he hiding? In the back over there? Look for my brother. I don't know where he is. He's probably hiding. Where is he? Oh, he's over there. These individuals really like to work with their hands, no matter what. Individuals in that clan specifically, they work with structures, not necessarily founding blocks, but building structure in a community, to bringing people together from different clans. And they also coincide with so many others, where you'll also find the weasel, ermine, which each one of these water creatures, when they join together, when they sit down and visit one another, they'll sit like this and they'll share their ideas. Because if you look on what this says here, responsibility for the safety, protection of people, that's exactly what they do for their people in those clans. Just like the Bear Clan. Each one of those members also have to have very clean nails, if you notice. They'll always wash their face. This is why I say when I'm going to tease all these clans, is because all these little characteristics, they actually represent the people themselves. We carry these characteristics in our clans ourselves. So if you notice my brother over there, he's got nice combed hair. You know, they really take pride in their hair, and they comb it, make sure it's nice. You know, because that's just how the clan is. Some clans let's say for instance a skunk. There are skunk clans out there. The skunk clan actually has a representation on their hair wave lines. And they're very, very unique. You'll actually see them. Sometimes they'll actually be two-toned. So with those clans, you know, you look at the representation of the individuals themselves and what they carry. It's not necessarily that they stink. They don't, actually. Believe it or not, they don't. Skunks don't stink. But rather, that is a protection medicine, believe it or not. A protection medicine of their clan. And they can only do it once. And it takes about maybe 2 to 3 days to rebuild that. And during that time, they're very vulnerable, just like individuals in that clan. This is why I say that each clan is very, very unique in their own way, just like the ones we've described so far. In the Beaver Clan, you'll look at the lodges that they built. The Beaver Clan's wigwam-ness, right? This teaching was given to Anishinaabe people from them to build that lodge, to utilize it to their potential. And then even on the coldest days, you'll actually see smoke coming out of the top of that. The structure of it was built on understanding that family is important. And then you look at the Otter family. The Otter clan usually is very overprotective of their children. Every single one of them. They keep their children close. They'll hold their hand in a building like this when there's everybody around. They'll keep them very close. Because building that foundation of Zaugaduin first is what you have to create for that specific clan and the ones underneath. Zaugaduin is very, very important, and that's what that Wabajeshi teaches us. I work with one of those clan members every single day. And I kind of laugh at just her own demeanor of what she does during the day. And the representation of that Wabajeshi that's inside of her, just watching her, what she does, and watching the helpers alongside of her that come along. And we're going to gradually get into those as well, the helpers of these clans. So when this individual I work with, I watch her work with these medicines, and they come quick when there's an ailment. She automatically knows exactly, well, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to prepare this. And then she'll consult with other clans, because that's what they do. A lot of this clan here does a lot of consultation without biasness. Because underneath each one of these clans, everything from the chieftain clan that is there, it is passed down to those ones. And they're shared amongst that specific clan. A story I heard from a clan member was a long time ago, there was a sickness going across a community, and they couldn't figure out what exactly it was. And everybody was leaving. They were starting to go home, walk towards that western door. And then this young child sat down by that beaver lodge and asked for guidance. When she sat down there, she picked up this one root and she put it in her mouth, and asked for assistance, asked for guidance. Mashwinwa, that little beaver comes walking out. Back then we used to be able to understand their language, because they have a specific language, our own clans. Now we're not listening to what they say. Now we can't speak their language. He said to her, I want you to go back to your community and take this medicine that you put in your mouth. Take it with you. Just take a little bit of this medicine water and share it amongst your people. So this young girl did that. She took that medicine home. At that time, she didn't know what she was giving. And it seemed to help everyone. So when she went back to that beaver's lodge, and she put that medicine back down, what she didn't use. Thank you for everything that you've done. Everything that you've given me to understand. So he comes walking back out. And he says to her, there's one more thing I need to give you. And then he looked up at her and he laid down. And he walked out that western door. And she saw him leave. He's given her that tale. Each one of our clan members have specific gifts and specific items that are used in ceremony. And this item was used in the western door. It's also a part of our grievance process that we do. A lot of people know it as the combing hair ceremony. That tail is used as a building yourself back up to where you were. This ceremony was done for myself by my brother here. One of the older ceremonies that was brought to us by those guys in that direction. It's an opposite to that word. Two sides to a story. We have to remember those kinds of things, because each one of these sub-clans have a teaching in itself, because these are very, very important to understand. So when we look at Wabijashi, when these hides are passed, this is an honor to accept one, whether it be the marten, the otter, the beaver, no matter who sits underneath that clan. we have to make sure that when we receive one of those, we use them and we share them. Because we also have to understand Jwebok, that time in existence itself, in the proper preparation of whether it be passing of natural causes or if it was harvested. I harvest beaver because that's what I eat. That's how I survive. That's how my family survives. But I utilize everything. I pass those tales to specific clan members if they need them, because these ceremonies will never stop. They have to be passed to individuals. When we look at the weasel, the ermine, this clan specifically also brings guidance, knowledge, wisdom. Because this clan turns color. This clan changes from one color to another depending on what season. The other ones don't. The majority of these clans that sit under this like being in the water. They can stay in the water for a ridiculous amount of time and it doesn't bother them. They like harvesting fish. So having said that, you look at the individual themselves. I'm going to point some out here. I know there's one back here somewhere, a Martin clan. Where's the Martin and the Otter, Beaver clans? Nanibwin. 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 Bonjour. So one thing that each one of these clans have in unison with one another is the fact that your harvesting tools are identical. You got nice combed hair this morning, groomed very, very, very nicely. You like to smile and giggle, because if you notice, these clans, when you see them on, like, you watch a Discovery Channel or something like that, they're always playing in the water or something like that. These individuals like being in the water, and they like being around water. They like hearing the water. They like feeling the strength of that water, because that what actually stabilizes their own empowerment. We don't have no fish for you guys, though. Maybe these guys do here. But this is the uniqueness of these clans, is that you look at the members that are here. You know, Bonjour, I recognize you and I acknowledge you and say Chimigoch to all you guys for showing up. Yeah. Zagaduan is very, very important to understand, and these clan members here understand that word more than we all do here in the other clans. And then we move along over here. Oashkesh, the Hoof clan. Sometimes it's not Oashkesh that sits there. If you go a little bit out west, it'll be the buffalo. Shkurebijik. If you go a little bit northeast, it'll be the elk. If you go a little bit north, it'll be caribou. If you go way out west, it'll be the dull sheep. If you go down south, it'll be the cow. These sub-clans also inherit specific rights of understanding, the gracefulness that they bring to the community. These are also our mentors. Our mentorship clans carry specific knowledge of teaching you valuable lessons like myself and my friend were taught, just recently. You need to slow down a little bit. Take pride in what you're doing. These clans, these Hoof clans are very, very impactful for a community, whether it be their craftsmanship, whether it be their knowledge in vast land surrounding, because these are very land-based. They know the land. They understand the land. And then you look on the paper what it says. Social aspect of community and its people. They bring a specific social environment to a community itself. What that really means is that when we gather like this, if there's any hostility in this room, those clan members will go straight to it. They won't necessarily talk you down out of it, but they'll listen to what you have to say. And they'll point you in a direction where you need to go. This clan is very, very unique in itself because this clan was the only clan to offer itself to all of us. This clan provides sustainability. I just heard it actually outside with my friend here. Food is medicine, and that's what they gave us, that clan. This is why it's so unique, this clan, is that they were the only one out of all of our clans to offer itself to us for sustainability. That's each one of these Hoof clan members. When we go out west, when we sit down with a Buffalo clan, the Buffalo clan have a direct line to Nimkika. Because their special gift that they have given us is sound. Sound in itself. The psychological world of understanding. When we look at these kinds of things, how is it used in a westernized world? That's exactly how it's used. That rumbling that you hear, that's exactly what those clan members do. When we begin to understand the uniqueness of each clan, we unite, bringing unity inside of the Hoof clan, so that when we show one another that no matter how hard we work at something specific, these clans will sit with us, share with us, their dances with us, their songs. Because the Hoof clan members, like I said, share that knowledge of the thunder beings. Understanding what the thunder beings really are and how they're used. Their sound. So we begin to really understand how it works inside of each clan. And the sub-clans. The Moose clan members, the biggest of the Hoof clans, well, the tallest, I should say. Again, that clan offered itself to us for sustainability because food is medicine. As Anishinaabe people, we tend to forget that because we take things for granted. Just like our fancy meal that we had. We take that for granted sometimes. When we look at our Hoof clan members, it says Zogadwin there. I know it as Debwewin, truth. They will tell you the truth no matter how difficult it is to hear, because truth hurts in all reality. In this day and age, people sometimes don't want the truth. They only want a sugar-coated version of it. But the truth hurts. And it's okay, because we have to learn both sides, no matter how difficult that teaching might be. And this is why it's so important to teach our young ones these two first teachings: love and truth. And then we move on to the next one. This was the Talon clan. Over my travels, I had to get a really good laugh at this. Everybody wanted to be Eagle Clan. Every single person that I met, oh, I'm Eagle Clan, I'm Eagle Clan, I'm Eagle Clan. And I told them, well, I'll just go fly over there somewhere. Because nobody wanted to be any other clan. But they didn't fully understand what exactly was meant by Eagle Clan. They were given the gifts of vision, education in both worlds. In both worlds. They're also our educators, our instructors, our teachers. When they were given that sight, when they were given that vision from the Creator, there was actually a race in between these sub-clans. And I'm sure that some of you guys may have heard that story of the bald eagle and the buzzard. Right? Anybody hear that story? My son has. I guess I'll share that story with you then. A long time ago, these clan members were arguing. Dispute, again. The buzzard, the vulture, said that he could fly the highest. Go right to the sun, he said. And then the bald eagle said, no, you can't. I can go higher than that. I can go past the sun. And then the crow sat there just laughing. This is why you hear those crows laugh. You know, they're just walking around like that. Because they were laughing at them at the time. They were listening to their ridiculous arguments that they were having. And then they said, well, let's do it. Humbe. Let's do it. So they said, okay, we'll do it. Off they went. The eagle was leading the way and laughing away at the buzzard behind. And then the buzzard got further ahead of him and he was laughing away. Meanwhile, the crow was still on the ground laughing away. And then gradually they got so far out, their heads started to turn white because it was colder up there. They didn't know it was cold. The bald eagle's head started turning white. The buzzard was white. He kept going. And then eagle said, no, I'm done. I'm going to stay here. It's too cold out there. And the buzzard was so gung-ho, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. He kept going. He got to the sun. That's why his head was burnt. He was taught a valuable lesson. Don't let your ego get in the way. I think about that story nowadays, you know, it just makes me laugh. But this is what happens sometimes in our clans. I'm not saying I know everything about the clans. I don't know everything about the clans. There's so many things we can talk about the clans. Our Talon clans, our education world. These are the ones that would share this knowledge with all of you, would bring education to you. Jaganashi or Nishnabem. It didn't matter. Because both worlds have to coincide nowadays. Because without Jaganash world, we would get nowhere. Anishinaabe people are very, very survivalistic. We can survive no matter what. They tried to kill us. They tried. And they almost got us. Why I say that is that Mondaniki Anishinaabe mon. Bagyat gun Anishinaabe pene mampi. If they fully succeeded, we would not have the language today. It would be totally gone. That's why I say that just a little bit of that Anishinaabe that you might have, use it. That Talon clan shares the education with the people. The confrontation that we see amongst these first two clans or three clans, we'll always see those kinds of things because, like I said, there's always this natural allies and natural enemies within our clans. A Talon clan will never be really good friends with a Fish clan for obvious reasons. It's just how it is. Underneath Migazeh, who sits there, when you travel around different areas, sometimes that turns into the Thunderbird clan. Sometimes it turns into a hawk. And then there's different species of hawk. But also when you go further down that line, you'll also find a hummingbird. This clan is very unique in itself. This clan that brings us nurturing also brings us different abilities of understanding in not necessarily in the physical world, but the mental and spiritual world. If you look at the uniqueness of this animal, this bird, it's the only bird that can fly backwards. Individuals with that clan actually have the abilities to travel in the past and bring you there, but also bring you back. Having those capabilities and understanding when ceremony is there. These individuals with that clan will also share with you the nurturing items that they carry so that your own sustainability and health is at the forefront. So when we kind of guide ourselves to understanding how the bird clans, how the Talon clans coincide with one another is because they also have that mutual respect because they're in that doorway. In that doorway, where the Migazeh sits, is what they call honesty. They will be honest with you about what they're educating everything on. As a child, development is these first three stages of life are very, very key values of understanding. Love, truth, honesty. The founding blocks of building any relationship. Building a foundation, whether it be a physical, mental, emotional, or spiritual. An absence of one is an absence of all. This is why I say you're not going to trust me until you fully understand what I mean. You're not going to share anything with me until we break that shyness, until you see the founding blocks. Do I love? Am I telling the truth? Am I being honest? Those are the things that you question right off the bat. There was a study done. I actually read this in when I was doing university. I read this in one of their books that they had that said that 73% of Anishinaabe people are shy. And I just laughed. I said, I think it's a little bit higher than that. Because without the founding blocks, every single Anishinaabe person is shy. Until you break those founding blocks with them. Whether it be finding a partner, finding a best friend, those are the founding blocks that you have to create a strong relationship with. Whether it be with yourself, with outside, whether it be anything in general. With a corruption of one, it's a corruption of all. So when the Eagle Clan sits together, that feast is done actually right now at this time. The clan gathering that would actually happen would be right at that equinox day. You would bring that fresh fish and you'd put it on a platform. With that platform, you would sing those songs and let those birds come in. At a feast gathering, you would have the eagle staff sitting there, as many as you can bring. Invite as many of those staffs and share with the people. And then have an educational component, whether it be Anishinaabe or whatever you want to teach. Sometimes it's just about harvesting methods as well. With the Eagle clans, they would also carry specific items with them. One of those items that they carry is usually one of these. Sometimes they won't even be eagle feathers, because some clans say that it's not good to have your own clan, parts of your clan. Those are some of the protocols. It's not good to have your own clan. It's not good to eat your own clan. But when the educational world came into the understanding that the eagle brought to us that vision. We all have vision. We all have understanding in wanting to see more. Wanting to be able to see tomorrow. Wanting to be able to see next year. Eagle Clan members would share those ideas, share that understanding, share their knowledge and wisdom with everyone. But when you needed to listen, they would make you listen. That's again that stick that they had. Their voices that they would carry with them were very, very high-pitched for a reason. To draw attention. To make sure that you're listening. No matter where you were. When they would call, you could hear them echo through a bay. Because that's where the majority of the time where they were kind of harvesting themselves. The medicines that they would carry were actually a part of the throat medicines, because they have to stay healthy with their throat. They have to be able to speak. Their talons, they have to be superb. Each one of the clan members that would sit under there were also the golden eagle. Gnu. Having the ability for speed. And then you look at the crows, the other Talon clans that are there. Is there any crow clans here? Anybody? When you look at the crow, these were very, very important clan members, because when you watched a crow, has everybody really, really looked at a crow and watched it? Like just sat down and watched them? The clan members that are with them, you can actually see the crow exactly what they're doing and their own personal characteristics. You know, even to how they walk, you know how they kind of bob their head like that? If you really watch, they actually walk like that themselves. It's kind of funny when you really see that. And then you look at the prairie chicken. You know, we have a dance. They shared that dance in a social environment now, right? You see that at powwows now. That prairie chicken dance. You know, and then if you haven't seen one of those dances, you know, go and see one of those dances and then try and find one of those two birds that are actually doing that out on the land, because it's funny. And those mirrors that they hold, you know, and it's totally exactly like what they do. It's like they're showing off to one another with their mirrors, kind of looking at themselves, right? But again, this is just a part of that clan. What the different clans share with one another. So with that, you look at what it says there. It says responsibility for spreading seeds of knowledge. Seeds of knowledge in a vast area. From one side to another. Great distances. Much like our Chickasaw clans. When you look at the Mi'kmaq, he also brings balance in between the spiritual realm and this realm. Because in our level of understanding, in our lodge, we have 4 different layers. Some lodges are different. Each one of those layers is levels of understanding when we do things. And our Talon clans were able to achieve each one of those levels and share the knowledge that they've collected with the communities. Educating everyone in general, not specifically just their clan. They would share. Because, like I said, these were our teachers, our instructors. So they would make sure they would share with my friend here. Because a lot of the time, what happens is that this knowledge that we carry, each and every one of us, we've collected ourselves and taken something specific and just kept it for ourselves and not shared it amongst others until a specific time. Just like what I said earlier, is that all these teachings, all these knowledge-based opportunities, I guess you can call it, what you harbor, what you collect in different ceremonies, you have to begin to share those things with one another, with family members, with clan members. Equal opportunities for everyone to understand. That way, this sustainability, what we need, continues on. It says it right in our preamble, right? Deben jage kimina gona dedwen we now go to win doing. The Creator gave us sovereignty to govern ourselves, and this is exactly what this is. Sustainability. So when we look at these first three clans and how we sustain them, we make sure that we give equal opportunity for each one of these clans, especially these first three, to sit down with one another and share their ideas, bring these ideas together. That way it's sustainability, not for me, but for my son. Or for this young guy here. Or for those two that are at that round table. Sustainability is a part of understanding what Chinakanagewan really is. When that was made, each one of these members came and sat down and talked about it. What that really meant to Anishinaabeg people. What is self-governance? How do we sustain us as Anishinaabe people? When we look at this Chinakanagewan, when we really break it down, that understanding of what exactly those words mean in that preamble isn't exactly how it's written. When you know the language, our language means so much. This is what one of my friends that sat with that clan, his name was Chris Pheasantba. He taught me a lot of those things. He showed me what education really was. Because I think back in the day, I think he was everybody's education counselor at one point. But he knew. And he shared it. And he wasn't afraid to share. His voice was loud. As soon as he got on the microphone, you know, your eyes were right there looking at him. Or you're saying, oh, not this guy again. You know, that's just how he was. But his voice was powerful. He always caught that attention, just like what that eagle does. Those clan members do the exact same thing. Where's my Eagle clan members? Or Talon clan members? Nani win. Nani win. Bonjour. Thank you for coming and joining with us. And if there's any education that you want to share, by all means, don't hesitate. Okay? Each and every one of you. These clan members are very, very vocal, and they're not shy to say what's on their mind. I like to point these things out because this is how I'm teasing each and every one of you. Because it's true. I'm not lying. And you're not shy to say what's on your mind. And that's a given right. That's an opportunity that not many people will have, or they will actually neglect because they're just kind of sit down and let things slide sometimes. Miigwech. When you look at these clans, these first three, you always want to reflect back, because these ones are our visionaries on what's next for the community. These first three. And the sub-clans included. When you look at how it actually structures into the westernized world, They're also the educators. But that doesn't limit them. They always want to learn. They want to learn more. There'll be something that they want to really, really get to know. So they'll educate themselves. And then once they educate themselves, then they'll pass it on to another individual. Chris Baugh always taught me that this clan will always be able to see further than anyone else. That's just the gift that they were given. But they would never keep that for themselves. They would also share that with the community. And, you know, with the community itself, there would be also the guidance of the community in structure. So then we move on to Chukchak. One of the things that I was always taught about this clan, this was the inherent right of that clan. The inherent right to teach the next leader, to bring that leader and stand them up, teach them, even at a young age. This clan was our external leadership because there was two leaders to a community. We'll get into the other leadership after. This one was the external one. This one would travel in vast areas, just like that Chukchak would do. He would go in great distances. I just seen this on the Discovery Channel. My youngest boy, he really loves the Discovery Channel. Like he's totally nuts over it. We were watching this one episode about Chukchak, and he's sitting there on the TV, and he's telling me, like I had no clue what he was watching, and he's saying, "Dad, look." I said, "This bird went from this area, the Northwest Hemisphere, and he flew all the way down to the Southwest Hemisphere in 1 year." And he's telling me that, look. There's little arrows to pointing exactly where this bird, they had a locator on this bird. And he said that this bird flew from, I think it was Norway, all the way down to the west side of Madagascar. And that's North and South Hemisphere. The distances that these individuals would travel to would be in the same area in Anishinaabe. They would go in these distances. Nation to nation building is what they would do. Our leaderships would go out to the West Coast and bring information back, what's going on over there, share it with the community, build this nation up so we can extend, I guess, our helping hand and vice versa with other nations. These ones also had that chieftainship inside of them. They would listen to the beings that were on top of the water because they would be able to walk through the water. But they would also put their head underneath and listen to the intellectual beings that are underneath and get mentorship and mentorship with them so that they could also listen to the philosophers, to the storytellers underneath that water as well. So they would listen to both worlds. Their gifts that they've given us were also the gift of voice. As soon as a leadership member would yell, they would make noise, much like these guys back here. Because that's what leadership would do. Right? And leadership And look at who's sitting back there. You know, and that's exactly what they would do. They would attract attention, right? But that was actually a given in this clan. The external governance of nation to nation building was what was extended. These two nations right here, look at them. You know? North and south. These clans that would sit with Chechak, that nation, when it was nation to nation building, they would travel great distances in between each, from east to west, so that when they needed to understand something from my brothers sitting in this direction, they would have to establish leadership skills first. What is leadership? What is represented in leadership? Leadership was always designed to making sure that our nation to nation existed, but also was shared back at home. So I'm coming out west to visit my family and brothers out west, bringing teachings back home, but sharing with our community so we can have that equal opportunity. Chechak Nation, what that clan, you look on that clan there, it says, what was that? But on Dedemoen. Respect. Respect isn't given. It's earned. This grandfather teaching was very, very important, especially in our youth leadership roles. Because also in this area, also consisted of the fast life for our young nation, for our young warriors that would sit there. The fast life of our children, the youth. In that world of understanding, the Chechak Nation, the Chechak clan would sit down with them and ask those youth for guidance. Give them direction. What do they want tomorrow? What would they want, I guess, in the next 10 years? Because like I said, the Chechak would always look further ahead. With that leadership, there is also the sub-clans that would sit underneath. One of those sub-clans is actually what my community is named after. My community is Shagaenda. Shaga. When is Shia Shaga? Age? Scusa. Because of the different species that were around, there was, I guess I'll tell you a little bit of history of my community. Joganash called it Shegawinda because they couldn't speak our language. They kind of diluted a lot of our words, especially on Midominus. Shagaenda was named after a really tall man. And this man would stand at the edge of the bay in at home over there, right by our powwow grounds that we have. And he was very, very tall. And the Gekkaik that were there at the time would tease this man. Shagaenda. Jinkarid. That's what they would call him. So gradually in time, that's what the community would start to call themselves, because at one time, my community used to coincide with Pickrell or Henvey. And a lot of the time that our communities were pretty united. But gradually, and when we started to break away, Shogayenda was a part of that. And this man that was there, that's what that community was named after, was this big tall man, because he looked like a stork. That was a part of my community's history. Or from what I was told anyways. But with that, this was also a part of that chieftainship passed on from Shishak, because they would also be able to have that voice. They would also be able to have that vast knowledge of nation to nation building. So gradually in time, they would travel together, but gradually they would separate and go in different directions to build our nation up as Anishinaabe people. And then come home and then share with the communities that what they found in those territories where they've traveled. Like I said earlier, leadership wasn't about rising to power, but it was rising our community to strength, to strengthen our communities, to nation building, giving an opportunity for each and every one of us to have a voice. And if that voice wasn't listened to, these are the ones that would make sure that you're listening. This is what their gifts were given. And if you hear them in the morning, you know, that's them speaking out to those other clans. You know, we have if you've ever been to my parents' place, we have a little waterway there now. And you can hear that clan first thing in the morning. And my son, my youngest son, we were sitting outside that one morning. I think it was around 8:30. We were having cereal on the porch, and then that crane would yell, and then he got kind of scared, and then I had to laugh. I was like, "Oh, what's wrong with you, anyways?" I heard a dinosaur, but it made me laugh because when every time I hear them, that's automatically what I think is that what my son said. And then now even my mother, she says that, oh, the dinosaurs are back. And then I think it was yesterday, one of my older sons told me that they were back. So now we have to prepare for their feast as well. When they return, their feast happens when the smelts come. That's the feasting bundle that they want to prepare for. So we have that opportunity to do that feast again with them, with that leadership. And leadership is only guiding and understanding, so that when we need to build up our nation, this is who we turn to. Because there's a couple individuals in here that are a part of that clan, and their leadership skills are phenomenal. They may not be chief. Maybe they don't ever want to be chief, but they don't. It doesn't matter if you're chief or not. There's a chief in each and every one of our clans and these sub-clans that we're talking about. When the Indian Act tells you to be a chief, then you can be a chief. Right? I don't believe in that Indian Act whatsoever. I guess I was just maybe diluted by my dad, maybe. I don't know. He would always tell me a lot of things. But there's one thing that he always made sure that he would stress on me, is that before he left, I guess I'll share this with you and then we'll take a quick little break, I think. Eh? So we're gonna... What he shared with me, and I speak to you leadership, our Gemach that are here. He said to me, no matter if you're leadership or not, remember where you came from and what clan you belong to. And when you need that assistance and that guidance, make sure that you ask for that assistance when you need it the most. Because we all do. Ask for that help because we need it, all of us. This is what that Chijak does, is that nation to nation. And this is exactly why that is Munandendamuin. To give that respect, but also to receive it. Because if we don't, the reverse component of that teaching is a part of the disassemble of a nation. The disassemble of these items that we carry. When we disrespect something, if I was to come over here and knock over one of these staffs, what would happen? There's a process that has to begin and a forgiveness that has to be asked. Just like a community, just like a family. This is why you never step over items like this. That respect is built upon understanding who we are as Anishinaabe people. I'll give you respect. I'll give you all the respect that you can have until you break it. And that's exactly what has been done a lot of the times. Not only in community, not only in nation to nation community, but also in families. And this is a part of where Anishinaabe people need to be strong, is that our Crane clan members can show us this, how to unite our families again, if we allow them the opportunity to speak. Because sometimes these clan members are also very, very blunt. But that's not without purpose and meaning. And that's what you have to respect about that clan. They won't sugarcoat nothing for you. So in having said that, I guess we'll take, 15 minutes? Is that what it is? 15 minutes? Take 15 minutes and then I guess we'll come back.
Chimiigwech, Chigeezus. Okay, everyone, there's still a few people grabbing a little snack at the back, so we'll give it a couple of minutes there, Chop, if you wouldn't mind. And I think you can turn the Zoom back on. Here we go. Again, I mentioned earlier, if you have any questions or comments that you'd like to make, save them towards the end of the day. I think we'll open it up for some questions and comments. I believe some staff are monitoring the chat line, and we'll entertain any questions or comments you folks out in Zoom land have and the folks here in this room. I'll just repeat again. There's two versions, well, two copies of that giant arrow on the wall over there. Get a chance to have a look at it. It talks about some of the milestones and benchmarks that the Anishinaabeg Nation has achieved over the years and where we're heading, you know, down our journey. I'll mention it again. I'll keep mentioning this. There's door prizes on the last day. I'm assuming you have to be here. There'll be a door prize draw of beautiful paintings. Those that fill out the evaluation will have a prize draw. You must complete it to get a ticket for a Pendleton blanket, some tasty maple syrup, a coffee mug, some $5, I think it's $25 Timmy's cards, a charcuterie board, caramel popcorn, and the third draw is Pendleton blanket and a laptop bag. So some very nice prizes. And I think we're almost back ready to get started, and we'll turn it back over to Chop.
Bash, kusin. Chewy sino. Now that everybody got to stretch their legs real quick, I guess one of the things that I want to share before we continue on is these teachings that we see, these clans, like I said before, they change from nation to nation, each one of these clans. And sometimes they'll sit in different directions as well. All of them they're not wrong. They're all right. How we collect these clan teachings is how we ourselves see them and where they belong. So each one of these clans that are sitting here with us, that's only specifically for one nation or one tribe, not everyone. So like I said, if you don't see your clan sitting here, we're actually going to be talking about the sub-clans, like what I've been doing so far. I've been only talking a little bit about the sub-clans. I just want to make sure that you're open to hearing them first. If I was to get into great detail, we're going to be here for about 12 days, 13 days, talking about all these sub-clans. Because like I said, there's a lot of governance structure inside of each one of these clans and what they bring to the communities and what they can offer the communities and leadership at that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass over to our Getsit here. He's going to share a little bit as well. And then I guess we'll try and take care of Shika, that clan, before we leave here today, because the next two are going to be might be an all-day thing while
Wajoon de Navaganidik, Nimkion Kutendego. I'd like to thank my brother, what he shared with us to help us understand how it works. And that's what Nidu gave us. Nidu gave us all that. And what he shared was, like he said, just a little bit, to draw that picture in our minds to help us understand that, because that's the way we learn. That's Nishnawbe. We have a hard time learning from Mzinigan, from a book, reading, learning. That's not who we are. We're visual learners. That's how it works. And he drew it in your own minds when he talked about these 4 clans. And I want to help him out even more, to draw the picture more. Again, for me, there's a lot more to share behind all this, what I'm going to talk about. Where he started off, Wabergigi, yeah, that's the one that always looks for what? Looks for you. If you're lost, don't know where you're going even, or where you belong. Mick, he'll adopt you. He'll take you in for now, until you find your clan. There's also other ones that he's got the sub-clans, like Chop was talking about. There's so many of them. But all these clans are like us. And there's a word we use, and our ancestors use. It's called Makanigan. And Makanigan is before we came into this world, keep Makanik. You were charged with something. Your duties. Your charges. Keep Makanigu from Creator. The women, keep Makanik. Keep Makanigu with that Makanigan. And what were you charged with? Only 2. You only have 2 charges. And what is that? One is to give life, and the other is to nurture life. Those are the only 2. Us men, we were charged 3, what I know of, by Creator. Us men, we're very pragmatic. That's who we are as men. We're problem solvers, and we're strategic thinkers. But nowhere in there we know how to nurture. We try. We learn nurturing from a woman. We learn it from you, every woman that's here. We learn from our mothers that nurturing, grandmothers, even your daughters. But we try. And that's what we lack. And if us men don't understand nurturing in our lifetime, then we'll never know what love is. And that's what these ones have to offer. Wabergigi. And what they were charged with by Minedu. I'm going to put you here. These are your charges. Look after Anishinaabe. Use what I gave you. Give them that medicine you carry. And that's what they do. So every one of them, the subspecies of them, they have that. And they all relate to one another, how they live their life. And they're known as builders. They develop things in their own way. Every one of those has their unique gifts, but they share with one another. The order, as we heard, same thing. What they teach love. And those orders, when they sleep at night, they hold hands in the water. They don't let each other go. They hold their hands all night long. That's that love. That's where we learned that from. I didn't know that when I was growing up. I had no clue what love was, because that was taken away from me. And the beaver, same thing. What it has to offer. Yes, beavers are engineers. They're builders. That's the only one I know of that doesn't need a building permit to build something. That's the only one. It uses its mind, that gift it was given, to build that dam such a way. And you got these European settlers that try to figure that out, how to build their dam. But a beaver knows. And one thing about a beaver, like all of them, they know if you're sick. They know. They will speak to you in spirit. There's something wrong. So that beaver is very powerful in how it lives the life and what it has to offer. Everything in that beaver we use, or should be using even today. There's a part in that beaver that's very sacred, like the rest of it too. And that's that medicine we need to help clear our minds. And they call that Wichina. Translating to casters, medicine. Very powerful, that stuff. Our ancestors been using that for thousands of years to help clear the mind. But that beaver also needs help from another one. And it's only that small. And that's what they call A'amu, which is the bee. If I have time tomorrow, I'll talk about the bee, what it has to offer. But the beaver will give you that. All the tools you need from it. The fat for medicine. Its hide. A lot of people make hide crafts. That's good, nothing wrong with that. But you can also take the hide. If you have a back problem, lay it on your bed and just lay on that. Or on your pillow. First side up. Then Chop talks about the tail, beaver tail. Long time ago, that's what they used. Women used to carry that. When they comb their children's hair, comb the grief out, grieving. There's something wrong with them. They used that beaver tail. Sometimes they used to take the flesh out of the tail and just use the bones in it. But still, you can still use the fresh tail from a beaver tail to comb someone's hair. That's what they call Banakwege, that old ceremony, Banakwege ceremony, combing of the hair ceremony. Combing that out, what you're hanging on to. So women used to carry that. And last year we did that for my brother here, their family. I brought out that beaver tail, combed their hair. And then there's another part on that. It's at the tailbone of the beaver tail. And what that looks like is, I'm sure some of you probably women have that. A little mirror, round little mirror with a handle. Well, a beaver has that right out of its tailbone. It's hollow in the middle. It looks like a little mirror when you hold it up. I've got 2 of those. And my instruction from elders was, don't use that unless you really, really have to. I haven't used them yet. The time to use it when if there's something ever happened to an Anishinaabe Nation, not knowing what to do, then I will pick that up. And I'll ask that to Mick, what is it we need to do? Then I'll look inside that bone, right through that hole, and they'll show me. You'll be shown something through that. And it's not something we play with. No. That's how that's used. So all these animals that from the Wabashiji family, they all have their gifts, how they were how they were governed by Mnedu, what they have to offer. And they look after the land. And they develop on land, even along the shoreline. They connect with water like we heard. That's their gifts. There's a lot more underneath there. We heard skunk. There's also Esteban. There's Esteban as well. Kukujish, there's also Kukujish shook, groundhogs. This goes on and on. They're all from that. And they all have gifts in their own way. Each and every one of those have their own gifts. What they're given by Manitou, how they were Makanagaza. And we got the Wawashkeshuk, the Hoop clan, we heard. Lots of teachings behind those. Lots of teaching behind these ones. And the Hoop clan, they create awareness. And they like to be around all the time. They hang in crowds too, just like we do. Anywhere there's food, there's Nishnave. It's like Washkesh. There's abundance of food somewhere. You'll see a lot of them. Same with moose. So they have their gifts, what they have to offer. There's Moose Clan as well. There's Elk Clan. And we heard it. There's also Buffalo. Anybody here Buffalo? Buffalo Clan? Oh, yeah, we got one here. So again, these teachings from the Hoop Clan, even the Warskish, we know what Warskish do, what they provide for us, but they give themselves to us. Their instruction from the do is how they're charged with is come out of that wooded area and give up your life for the people so they can live the life. They've been doing that for thousands of years, listening to how they were governed. Same with moose, same with buffalo. Every one of them. But what's the teaching Warskish has? I know of 3. There's probably more than that. What are those teachings that Warskish carries? In your travels, you're going to see them, probably even now, on the highways. The very first thing you will see when you see a deer, what it'll do, watch what it does. First thing it'll do is it'll stop. It will look and listen. That's that teaching that Warskish left for us to use in our life. If your life is going too fast, stop, look, and listen. Buffalo. We all know what it all provides for us, still does today, for our ceremonies. But what teaching does the buffalo carry? Well, if you ever watched a documentary on buffalo, the coldest winter months, winter storm, that buffalo or a herd of them will face that storm head on, standing there. It just stands there, accepts that storm how it comes in, And it moves with that storm head on, wherever that storm is moving. That buffalo will never, never challenge that storm. It will never challenge it. And the other thing it will never, never do from that storm is go run away and go hide in the bush over there. A buffalo will never do that. That's that teaching that buffalo left for us to use in our life. Anytime we come across something in life, face it. Don't challenge it. Accept it. Understand as much as you can. But whatever you do, don't go run and hide over there somewhere from it. That's that teaching. And buffalo left for us. So all these beautiful teachings and what they have to offer, these clans, these ones here, so we can all gather, come together as one, help each other out. That's what they're for. Then we got the winged ones that we heard. All winged ones carry the gift of truth. They never lie. People lie. But all the winged ones, they don't. Not even these ones, they don't lie. Not even these ones. They all carry the gift of truth. And they'll show you the way. And there are different types of them, like we heard. I have one from that. And that's where I was shown one time in my sleep. It was kind of dark. Couldn't barely see in my dream where I was. And I kind of see in front of me, I'm hanging on to something. And I'm kind of looking down, where am I? I was sitting like this. And I felt something on my fingertips. It was little fluffs of feathers. And I started to look over to my right. I saw the biggest wing ever. I couldn't even see the tip of it. And I looked to my left, same thing. I couldn't even see the end of it. Huge wing. And I looked ahead of me. Way ahead there. I seen this head turn sideways. A big brown eye. And all I saw in front was a conch, they call it conch. Conch is a beak. And where I was sitting was on this thunderbird, on its neck here, where the wings are jointed. I was only small. And he spoke to me in Anishinaabe. He says, hang on, I'm going to go show you something. And I felt the jolt. I hung on and we descended. We were going down. I can feel the wind in my hair. And I saw this little light as I'm looking. No, what is that? We're going like this, back and forth. And the light got bigger and bigger. As it got bigger like this, I started to recognize it. What was it? The world. And it brought me down closer. And where it took me was this whole state of Florida. And I looked down. And he spoke to me. He says, look. What did I see? I seen waves coming from east to west. All that Florida state was gone. Water. Then another one come behind it. Then we swoop down lower. I can see people running around, yelling, screaming, crying. And here I am trying to look hard and recognize the people. Who are these people? It spoke to me again. He says, don't stare at those people. Hang on, I'll take you back. And I had a jolt. And I woke up. That's the Naboka, when they call wisdom. I was shown future, what's coming. Time to get ready. We hear about knowledge. Knowledge is what we already know. Knowledge is what we pass down. But it's that wisdom piece, pay attention. They'll show you something. And they're all gifted in their own way. All those wing ones, doesn't matter what wing one it is. Nothing bad about them either. I heard hummingbirds here. You know what that hummingbird will do to you? You may go wherever, trip somewhere. If you have a hummingbird feeder at home and you leave, wherever you go, a hummingbird will come to you, fluttering to you. And it's like they're saying, hey, we ran out of food at home. We got no more food. Come home now. They'll come to you. And you know what else they do to you? They'll take something out of your mind. When they come to you like that, seeing them hovering. Because whatever you had on your mind is gone. That's their gift. That's what they bring. Along with growing up with even kuku owls. I grew up in that bad omen. I hear it a lot. I believed in it growing up. It was bad luck. That something's going to happen. But you know what? All these winged ones are messengers. Every one of them. Doesn't matter what winged one. And owl sends that message. Yeah, it can bring us a message that something's going to happen. Death even. But that doesn't mean it's bad. It's kind of like this. One day someone's going to call you at home. And then someone says, did you know so-and-so is going to die or died? Really? Oh, geez. And what do? You call your friend. And you relay the message. Does that mean you're bad too then? No. You're the messenger. Owls the same way. They're messengers in their own way. That's what they have to bring. They're all messengers. And they bring all that. And they're going to teach you something. Those are teachers. We need to listen to them. And they see a lot. The vision, I heard vision. That's their gift, is to see. And they got the Jajak over there. Yeah. Those are the ones that go check things out. They'll bring that back to us. They share that with us. And whatever they gained out there. And there are different subspecies to that too. And I know the settlers, I grew up different learning about that. I thought back in the day when I was just small that pelicans used to bring babies home. You know, doesn't happen. I haven't seen that yet. No. But all these different subspecies of the crane, to talk, they're gifted. And if you listen to them, they use their voice. Same with the beaver. I forgot to mention this about beaver. A beaver's gift, the other gift is if you're going to take a walk to the beaver pond somewhere, that beaver already knows you're coming. It already knows it. It senses that. And what will it do? It'll stand up on its two. It goes like this. It'll go like this. It'll stand there and it'll go. It'll go side to side to let everyone else know that someone's coming. And just before you come out, that beaver's already in the water. Then it sends the confirmation. It slaps with the tail. So that it knows you're coming. So we use the as medicine for a lot of things. Same with these ones. Same with the wing ones. They carry that. And then these ones here, the cranes, what they have to offer to us, and every one of them, listen to them. Even when they sing, when they get together. And some of them are throat singers. You'll hear them. They'll go, gong, 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 like that. You'll hear them. Understand, or try to understand that language, what they mean by that. And it's pretty neat how it all works when it comes to our clans. So these are the ones that, these are the ones that bring that. And each and every one of these, they know something's coming. And when that happens, they get loud. Birds go wild. Animals take off because they know something's coming. How's that? They can tell when there's an earthquake coming or something's going to happen. Then everybody's quiet after. No birds around, no animals around, because they know. So this is what they're giving these ones. And listening to Chop, sharing this, helping us understand this, to help him out more, to help us understand how these ones work. There's more he'll be sharing. I'll try to help out more with that. So there's a lot more in the clan systems. Even the Ganevaguk, even the snake, teaching behind those. I'll probably get a chance to share it maybe. But they all work with one another. They all help each other. Doesn't matter who. If you call one of these, Wabajaji family, every other one of those listen. They come to help in spirit too. Not just one of them. Pretty much all of them. Same with the hoofed ones, the winged ones, the Chachokuk. All those subspecies, they all stand behind that one and help out. But they're the ones that speak, and we need to listen to them when they speak and what they have to share with us. And when they sit. So I thought I'd share Bungi about that. So miigwech for listening. I'll pass it on to Chop. Nikon.
Ba misa, amigochnich. How gigit, mondage. I guess we'll keep moving. We'll keep moving on to the next one here. And like I said, this is only the minimal amount of information I can share with you guys. Because the clan teachings should come from your clan, not from me. And again, that's why I asked and gave that Sama this morning to those clans. So this next clan, this is probably going to end us today. Probably finish up with these guys and then we'll finish tomorrow. This clan, Shike, it's also Fish Clan. It's also specific fish clan. Neme. Chieftain clan. They're gifts that they've given us. These are the philosophers, the mediators. When our leadership clans needed that guidance, they would go to these clans and then they would ask. When there was conflict within a nation, when there was conflict in a community, when there was a conflict within a family, they would go to these fish clan members and they would ask for assistance. Because they were the philosophers, the intellects. A lot of these fish clan members were very, very knowledgeable in star teachings. They had that relationship with the Star Nation. They were the dreamers. They would tell you those stories that were given to you in your dreams, and then they would acknowledge them. They would share the meanings behind them, what you guys had. But they also carry a specific and unique medicine inside of them. The Creator gave them that knowledge base intellect. The ceremonies that would commence at what they would call the spring equinox, I guess, Javanashige. The changing of the seasons. That fish clan would bring their medicine to that baby. And this medicine that was shared with them, they would wash this baby in that medicine for the intellectual development of the child. This is what they brought to Anishinaabe people so that they can kind of share their wisdom, share their knowledge from their specific clan. All the fish clan members coincide with this. And the subclans are very, very unique individually itself. Because like I said, the fish clan, the turtle clan, sometimes it's Neme. Sometimes it's the pike. Sometimes it's pickerel. Sometimes it's the turtle. The turtle clan were the mediators. Like I said, when there was conflict in a community, they would go to that turtle clan specifically because they would be able to speak from both sides. They would carry the knowledge, the wisdom that they've collected over the years, over the generations, and then they would share this knowledge with the community where conflict has arisen. And they would sit with the leadership, with the crane and with the loon. They would speak to both sides, here and here. But they would listen. They would listen to both sides. Because these sub-clans were very unique, the turtles in between each were different as well. The spotted turtle that was there would always make sure that each clan was represented for making sure that the conflict will kind of sustain itself. not necessarily saying that conflict isn't bad. Conflict is good. It's good to have, because we need to make sure that we have that opposition, like that eagle staff there. And those painted turtles would accept that. They would pass that knowledge on to the spotted. They would pass that on to the box. And then gradually in time, what would happen is they would go back to that meh. Or what you guys know as the Sturgeon clan, the chieftainship clan. And they would ask for guidance, for assistance. And then that clan would go and ask that the star people, the star nation, for guidance, for assistance, for vision on the next steps in a positive direction. No matter if there's any negativity that was there, irregardless. They want to pass on that knowledge of a positive environment so we can make sure that we move in a positive direction, no matter how much negativity is there. And then if something was still not resolved, they would go to one of the more powerful clans that are out there in the water. A hidden clan. A clan kept secret. This clan was also visionaries. They were kept in secret because nobody really wanted to talk about them because of how powerful these beings really are. How powerful they are right now is because that water is froze over for a reason right now. They're at their most strength right now. This clan, what I'm referring to, I learned this from somebody out west. They were called Nibinabe Doremak. Nastatam. This clan is referred to the Mermaid Clan. They do exist. I have actually met 2 of these clan members, and they shared a story. Those gifts that they were given from Niro was the gift of voice as well, the gift of sound, the gift of beauty, but also the gift of water. This clan was also referred to Nibinabe because that medicine which gives life were also a part of that star nation. The star people would have a close connection with these individuals. They shared a lot of the teachings of that 7-pointed star, of the 8-pointed star, of the 5-pointed star, and of the 4. One of the stories I heard, Chujajgur, I must have been about my son's age, was that this water that is froze over right now, it's not the fact that we should go out on the ice and harvest at this time, but we also have to be very careful. Because those beings that are underneath that water right now are at their most, they have the most strength right now. They can take you very, very quickly. Over here in Sgomok, I heard this as well, is that there's a place where if you're watching, you'll be able to see them. But they also said you need to be very careful because those beings, when they sing, they'll attract you. Because they have a place over there, all along that North Shore, you'll see these individuals. They like the rocks. And this is where those other clans fit in. When that clan was kept hidden, that clan was also kept from one another. Because a lot of the time, people weren't ready to hear those kinds of things. They didn't want to believe that they were real. And I know that the stories that I've heard from these clans is not the fact that they were coming to take you to the western door, but they were trying to recruit their own clan. So given an ample amount of time, they would be recruiting individuals, rebuilding their clan. They were very, very important to our Doromok. They sat in that direction with the fish clan, not necessarily as they were fish, but as they were beings. Because they also had the responsibility of that mentorship, mediation, a knowledge-based system of the waterways, knowledge-based system of river and land. Because they would also travel great distances in between our nations to understand different waters, understanding all the waters that are on Shkokamekwe. So when those gifts were given, they would understand the star world. Because no matter how hard you try, you can't count the stars. And they would make sure that they would remind you of that. They would make sure that you understood that no matter what, how hard you tried, you couldn't count them. And that's how powerful Anishinaabe people were, is you couldn't count them either. You couldn't count the amount of clans that we had coinciding with one another and how they worked in each clan system, in each sub-clan, and how they reinforce one another. So when one clan didn't know the answer, the sub-clan behind them would boost them and assist them. Just like my brother said here. With the fish clans, when they would sit down with leadership over a confrontation, I've only seen this done a couple of times, where that entire clan would sit down, and then they would have one spokesperson for that clan to sit down. They would mentor an individual to become that leadership, kind of like with the clan, like with the Crane. that hereditary chieftain, this is what that clan would do. They would point out an individual, just like maybe a good example is with my son, for that leadership role to be passed, not given that opportunity to do anything else, just that chieftainship. With the Fish Clan, they would have ample amount of knowledge in so many different areas. They would develop a system in itself of understanding that each one of those fish were very, very important in its own way, giving us medicines that would assist us on land. Yet they've never been on land, those fish. They tried, and they couldn't survive. They couldn't breathe. A lot of the Fish Clan members share this medicine with us. And that's one of the gifts that they give when a newborn is here with us, has joined us for the first time. That's usually one of the spring fasting ceremonies that happen alongside with the naming ceremonies. An awakening ceremony is done from those members as well. I'm not sure if anybody knows what that is. When you reawaken a spirit that is trying to leave, when you're trying to reawaken because you don't want that person to leave yet. You don't want them to, you're not ready to let go. And that ceremony that is done, we have to be very, very careful, because as soon as we put our energy into those kinds of ceremonies, we have to remember that we're taking from our own fire, our own, and putting it into another. Just like when we take life, when we harvest a life, an animal, a tree, a plant, a medicine, we're taking our own fire and placing it and saying miigwech, if we're allowed to take it. But we're removing some of our fire, our own personal fire here, and putting it there in place. Because like I said, we're not allowed to take a life unless we can ask. And we've been given that right. This is why it's very important to remember that only harvest what you're going to use. It's a very, very important teaching, and this clan will remind us of that. Shikamba, he was a part of that clan somehow. Maybe it was just the name he was given and he understood it. And he was always continuously doing that, being that mediator, trying to bring balance, trying to unite people. And that's what he ultimately wanted with this Bumakanagan. That teaching in itself, uniting our clans, to be one, to be whole, have that strength and unity inside and coinciding with the clans, no matter the confrontation that we might find. He was always that mediator in between all of us. And if you knew him personally, you'll see even his own, I guess, personal characteristics that he had. He always had that gentleness about him. just like a turtle. But when he wanted to be fast, he was fast. Right? Just like that turtle. And when he would snap, he would snap. Like that snapping turtle. Majority of that clan, that turtle clan, was like that. Even to this day. I know there's one turtle clan here. And I can guarantee she's like that. And you look at our fish clans. That sturgeon sat at the top in some areas. Like I said, your clan is here. Who's the fish clan members here? Fish clan. These members like to be in the water as well. They'll eat only certain fish. Not necessarily all of them. If you travel out to Nova Scotia area, you'll find lobster. You'll find shrimp. And like I said, these clans change from area to area. But we have to remember that we have to also respect these clans because they have teachings in itself that guide us, that give us inspiration, that show us where they belong in this clan system, so that we can also build and unite our community to give us economic development, building and structure, therapeutic understanding. Building in itself a nation. When we look at how these clans work and where they actually fit in, you'll look at modern day role. I'm not sure what the bottom part says there. What is modern day role? What that actually represents. Giving us the intellect of understanding and joining forces with that guy over there is very difficult at times. But when they do, the knowledge in between these two and the knowledge that they share with one another, this is how it works. That conflict will always be there. But that respect, that guidance has to come from the other clans. Because in the natural law of the animal world, these two are enemies. What would happen is that eagle would take that turtle. He would actually crack that shell. How smart he was. He would fly high as the clouds, and he would drop that turtle on a pile of rocks. That's how smart he was. The turtle, in return, would bite him on his talons. This is why he had those little spots on his feet. Again, that's that natural enemy. But also there's many, many natural allies that both of these clans had. Conflict resolution was a part of this clan. When there was that conflict in between my brother's community and my community, we would need to call upon this clan and ask for guidance. Ask for mentorship. Because even we need to be mentored at this time. Because in all reality, we don't want to fight, but we want to survive. We want to share knowledge, share resources as much as possible. And this is what this clan did. Their intelligence that they had. And then if it still wasn't resolved, we'd call upon Objeshi, our strategic planners, to guide us in those areas as well. This is where that unison in between our clans were. Utilizing specific areas in the clans to help guide us as a nation, as a clan governance system. That's a part of why we're doing this. The understanding that we had to Jajgora was the balanced system of this clan governance and how it worked. The breakdown of the specific clans. Understanding that Nugodoan one family. This is a part of what that is. Just a small piece. It was up to the individual clans to share those teachings, to share that knowledge of the specific clans. And there will always be conflict. It don't matter what it is, because there's still conflict in our own families. And that's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. Our families aren't perfect. I'm not perfect. I never claimed to be perfect. But that conflict is always there. And it's healthy. It's good to have conflict, but not continuously, because there has to be that restorative component. When the Fish Clan members meet, their ceremonies begin when the ground warms up, when the waters are a little bit warmer. Because also the sub-clans are also frogs, the amphibians, the reptiles. And there's one specifically that a lot of people are neglected to mention, because a lot of them fear that clan because they say it's evil, but I think I explained what that evil component was. It's called the Snake Clan. I know a lot of members from a gardener snake. I know a lot of members from a rattlesnake. This clan also sits with the Fish Clan. And when that ceremony, their feast begins, like I said, it begins when the ground softens, waking those other individuals up, and they're excited to see one another. So they have a feast. They have this gathering. Fish Clan members joined together with their other sub-clans. I guess their entire chieftain society, I guess we can call it, join one another. And this is why that Fish Clan are our dreamers. They explain those dreams. It's because when those frogs and those snakes wake up, they sit there and they speak about what they've seen in their vision quest, I'll say, during those cold months. It usually happens around, I guess, May, June, end of May, June. And a lot of people are afraid of that snake because of what the Christianity society taught us about a snake, is that it is meant to be evil. Even in our social world, our powwows, our social gatherings, whatever you want to call them, they provided us with a dance. And they've given that dance, and the understanding of that dance is the renewal of life. The shedding of that skin is shown in that dance. Making us bigger, making us better, strengthening our own teachings. That's what Ginebik brings us. All that clan. But a lot of people are scared to do that dance because they think it's evil. But it's not about that at all. I know this because we do this in my community, and we're not afraid to do it. And I'm proud. You know, a lot of people ridiculed us for doing that dance. Almost alienated us because of that. But we kept doing it. This is the dance that we were given. And not a lot of people, I guess, are open to that. Even the songs itself. It's fortunate enough that we have one of the drums that knows those songs. And we're given the right to those songs, to sing those songs. In unison for all of these clans. This is why those feasts were very important. To celebrate the lives that they've been living and the life they're going to live is a part of what that is. As we celebrate these lives, we also have to recognize the one sitting in that chair, right there with that blanket. It's not easy to speak about those, but this clan speaks about it because they sit on that doorway. They teach about those things. They know those grievance process and how to properly and positively do them because they share these things. When we do these teachings, we have to respect the ones that have passed on. Just like what has happened just a couple of days ago with one of our Gekayak. We have to prepare ourselves, not for him not being here physically anymore, but we have to prepare ourselves. His journey's not over. Just like the ones who have passed. Shikamba was one of them. One of my biggest teachers. Another one of my biggest teachers that's joining us. It was very difficult because it was a short time frame. I went from one ceremony to another. Willie Ba was another one. He was another one of my teachers. He taught me so many things. He gave me so many things. This is why we acknowledge this in this doorway. And when we need that help, we need that guidance, when we need that rejuvenating of life ceremony, this is the clan that we sit amongst, that fish clan. Because like I said, all the sub-clans will help at that time, sharing the teachings of the Western Doorway as well. The Western Doorway where we will all knock on one day. The question is, not necessarily are you ready? Your journey will never be over in Nishnabem. Never. This is only the first level. We have about 64 other levels we have to get through before we get finished our journey. This is what Willie Ba taught me. When we look at these different understandings, the intelligence of the fish clan was continuous. You know, that, like I said, they had a vast knowledge of so many different things. The medicines that they carried, the majority of them were all from the water. So I guess as we begin to wind down, there's a lot of things that I want to share with you guys, but I'm hesitant on. I don't want to fill anybody's cup up too much, because I don't want you not sleeping tonight, because there might be something on your mind, because I know I've awakened a lot of the teachings that are already inside of you that you're now kind of saying, I knew that already. And that's exactly what I wanted you to do. I knew that already. Like I said this morning, I'm not going to teach you anything that you already don't know. You know exactly what I know. I'm just reawakening what's already there. Just like those two sides. You guys already knew that. When you take those horse blinders off that the Jaganash world created for us, we'll understand that these clan teachings that I'm sharing are only a little bits and pieces. Somebody's clans may be different. Some of these teachings might be different. But overall, what will happen in the end is each one of these teachings that we share, no matter what lodge you sit with, they'll all become this in the end. There will always be that unison in between everything that we do. So I guess what I know that this morning I said that I'll allow time for some questions. I don't know what time we got.
We'll do that for about 10 minutes, Chop. I have a comment and a question on the Zoom. And then we'll address those ones first, and then we'll open it up for the people here in the circle. So one was just a comment, and it said, this was from Lily. She said, really enjoying this opportunity to expand my wisdom, understanding, and spirit. So that was that one. And this one was from Noelle at Scugog First Nation. She said, Aneen, my question is about the Thunderbird clan teachings. And also, where did our clans originate? And what are the clan colors? Also, can the Anishinaabe carry our mother's clans? So it's kind of 3 questions there, I guess, or 4. So if you could comment a little bit again about the Thunderbird teachings, where did the clans originate? What about the clan colors? And the question about can the Anishinaabe carry our mother's clans? From Noel at Scugog First Nation. So if you could respond, either yourself or gets it Richard.
Bonjour, Noel. I don't know if you're still with us there. The Thunderbird clan, like I said earlier, everybody wanted to be that clan. Everybody. The Thunderbird clan was always a part of that right there. Because the Talon clan. This clan also traveled great distances. They were also working with the Eastern Door and the Western Door. This clan would travel Skomikas, Jibai, Mikas. They're a very powerful clan. The clan colors, I guess that's where I was reluctant to share with everyone, were the colors that incorporated each clan. Because some are a lot different than, I guess, the individuals themselves. Because your identity is very important, and this is a part of what this clan gatherings are for. Your identity. How you find colors in your specific clan, you have to go and find another clan member. And again, that's a part of where I can't share which clan colors you guys have. I know maybe that might be one of the questions that you guys have here. And I guess in understanding that, when you want to find those things out, this is a part of that protocol that I was talking about earlier, is that you take your Sama, you go into lodge, or you go into ceremony, you find a Gekkayak out there that is willing to help you find those specific teachings that you're looking for, those specific colors. It's usually what happens is in your specific clans that you guys all sit in, those colors will actually speak to you, not the other way around. And when you wear those colors, they'll actually give you strength. They'll give you a positive outcome of everything. Nothing negative will stick onto you throughout the day. This is one of mine right here, what I'm wearing. I was given 7 different ones. The majority of the time people are only given 2 or 3. But these are the differences in between each clan, each individual themselves, because they have to coincide with one another, just like the balance that we have here. I hope I answered some of your question.
The last question on that chat was the Anishinaabe carry their mother's clan.
Absolutely. How it actually worked was the children, this is just for our territory here. This is, again, different for each territory. They would take the father's clan, but they would also take the mother's clan to coincide. Just like what I said before, is that I'm of the Wolf clan, but I also recognize and acknowledge the Bear clan and all the teachings that coincide with it, because that's my mother's clan. And this is how it works. So we just have to make sure that we acknowledge both, incorporate ourselves in both. So that way we'll have a better understanding of the different clans that are out there and the similarities in between. Because like I said, the teachings of the Bear clan, they don't coincide necessarily with the Wolf clan, because the feast of the wolf is done at a specific time, as well as the bear. And these clans, when you respect both your father and your mother's clan, you inherit your father's, yes, but you take upon yourself to accept your mother's clan and learn those teachings as well as respect out of that relationship. I guess we'll get a little bit more in detail with that tomorrow as we go through all of these. Kindersnitch.
Aha. Get the Anishinaabe. He's right. How he answered those questions. And it's true that who we are, all of us in this room, we are all Thunderbird's children. That's who we are. That big black bird, the leader of all Thunderbirds. And where that one is when you look in the sky. Not too often people see that. When you have a clear blue sky, sun shining, and there's a dark cloud going across the horizon. Right between that blue and the dark cloud, that's where that Thunderbird is. That one will always look after us. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what you do in life. It doesn't matter if someone's on the street somewhere, alcoholic, drug addict. That Thunderbird will find them one day and bring them home. Bring them home. But some can't. There's a reason for that. When I shared earlier about Thunderbird that showed me future, it's not my clan. It's my guide that shows me the way. And every time I do something, ceremony, I become that dream again and speak to that one to help me, help us, show us the way. I have another helper, and she's right beside me sometimes, sits with me. That one sings along with me, and it's a woman. There's a story behind that, how that one follows me everywhere I go. So about clans of the thunder beings, I do come across people that mention that, but I don't understand it. Only they do. Only they know why they have that clan. And like all of us, we know our clans and why, where they come from, their duties and everything. And the colors that come to be, how we're given. Sometimes you're given in a ceremony or in your dream. You'll be shown those colors, those colors. Sometimes just one. Myself, I only have one. I only have one color. Some have 4. Some have 8. But only they know why they have them. So it's all good. So again, today, sharing this, what he talked about, Canuck, Shika. That's the slowest land animal. Slowest one of all. But it's the fastest one of all in spirit. Fastest one. And that one there, not too often people see that one, Canuck, that turtle. So-called Turtle Island. And where that's at is if you ever go to a shoreline and you will see something coming out of the water, you'll see it. And it'll start poking its head out. And it starts walking up to the shore, only to its front flaps, its feet. And if you look at it in the eyes, if you look at it right in the eye and stare, those eyes it has, it's the eyes that that turtle has is like someone you saw in your travels, with someone that has the most beautiful eyes. That's what that turtle's eyes look like. And when it stands like this up the shoreline, it goes like this. Looks around ever so slowly, slowly blinking its eye, looking at you. That's what it does. Very gentle, very kind. And it'll come out. Not too often people see that in their lifetime. There are people that have, but he has a helper too. And he talked about it. A lot of people are afraid of it. It's that Kanebik snake. There's a snake that looks after the water. His name, we know it as Musandamu, which is the water snake. That's his duty. The spirit of the snake is very powerful and brings healing and protection. And when those two meet, they'll help each other. Where? There's a ceremony where they help each other. And what is that? You've been to it, you've probably seen it, and it's called Ajiskan, Shake Tent Ceremony. Who comes in there? The turtle. Bring wisdom to tell us what we need to do. But when they make that, he asks for 2 helpers to help him. And that's the snake. So that ring around that Ajiskan, the bottom ring, that's that snake, represents that snake. Protects that elder that's in there, he or she. Protect her. And then there's another ring on top. That's another snake. Only good comes in. That's that one's job. That's when they help one another. If you're looking for healing, looking for answers. But if you ever go there, Ajiskan, where that spirit is. Be careful what you ask for. You have to be specific. And if you don't want to know the answer, then don't ask. Because they'll tell you. That turtle will come and speak to that elder. And there's a translator. All that's good. Nothing bad about snake. We depend on them. There's even another one called the Josh Kokodebogong snake, called a green snake. You've probably seen them. There's a purpose why it's here for us. That one carries medicine. And that's for people that have thyroid problems. That's when that one is used. And it's not killed either. You don't take it like, you don't. They'll take your sickness from you. And when you put it back on the land, once it disappears, it'll swirl all over. It'll take that sickness from you and it dies on its own. Some snakes will come to you when you're asleep, nipping at you. Understand that. Why? Same with all these ones. They'll come and visit you when you're asleep. Maybe tonight, because we're talking about them. So there's a lot more to share, but so little time, like my brother said. I don't have answers for anybody. People already have them here. All I can do is help them find them, guide them through. And I can't tell anybody what to do with their life. That's their choice. And we're not here to change anybody's way. But it's up to you. How you take what's been shared, what you've learned before out there too. And look at these ones here. My brother here, our chief that's just gone on, Joe, he's sitting here listening to us. You know, a lot of them. Sheikh Keba sitting there too. All the elders that you've lost, that passed on something to you, here. They're listening to you, watching. Amigos.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to maybe open it up for maybe one or two more questions, but you can save your questions. We'll provide an opportunity tomorrow again for participant discussion. Either here in this building or for the folks on Zoom. But it's been a long day, especially for those that were at the sunrise ceremony this morning. So I'm going to maybe entertain maybe two questions, or if you don't have anything at this juncture, we can do it tomorrow. So does anybody have any questions or comments they'd like to make just before we close off? If so, use the microphone so that the folks can hear you on Zoom and in this building. Just while you're going to get the microphone there, I just want to remind people the acoustics in this room sometimes it's hard for some people to hear people speaking, so try to keep your side conversations and your phone ringers off, and also for the people on Zoom. They really are intently listening and they want to hear everything that you have to say. So thank you for respecting that. So go ahead, Gene.
Okay. This is from Zoom too. He's on here now, but he texted me and he sent me this question. And his name is Rin, and he lives in down in St. Catharines. And he's asking about the urban experience. He's living in the city over there. How we can look to establish our clan governance within urban settings.
Come home and learn. Come home and learn and take it back. Mumpy, that clan will help you. I don't have an answer for that. I can guide you to where you're going to go. You can answer it for yourself because, like my brother said, you know, we don't have answers. We can only guide you to which clan can help you. But come home and learn, or go home and learn, and take it back with you. Yeah.
The other thing I'll just add to that commentary is that a number of First Nations are engaging their citizens that live in the urban settings. And I think even the Anishinaabe Nation political office has been making attempts to look at that urban engagement. So I think, again, what CHOP is saying, I think it's important to come back to your communities and not just for the clan teachings, but to get to know your communities and your families. That's so important. But I think that reaching out, to the urban citizens is very important. You know, they are our people as well, and have the same visions and beliefs that we do. And I think it's very important. They want to learn to come back to the communities, but also when you hear about some of these engagements that are going on in urban settings that individual First Nations are doing, or the Anishinaabe Nation is doing, take advantage of them. I have been to some of those sessions, and some of them have good turnouts. I've been to some where there's been only maybe 2 people, and it's been widely publicized. And I think people need to make the effort to find out what's going on out there, when these things happen in an urban environment. Anyone else have a question or a comment? Okay, I don't see any at this time, so I'm going to do a quick overview of the day. Oh, is there one more? Okay. I couldn't see behind the feathers there, so. Okay, this will be the last one for the day. If you have more, we'll entertain them tomorrow.
It's not a question, Anine. My name's Julie. I'm from Rama. Chop, while you were speaking, had a really big moment of clarity. There's still a lot of people who wonder why we need to know about the clans and why this is important. And I find myself trying to explain that a lot. And as you were speaking earlier, you were talking a lot about sustainability, teachings from certain clans, sustainability at any cost. And it occurred to me that the Indian Act is defined by extinguishment, but the clan system is defined by sustainability. And I just wanted to share that. So miigwech.
That's absolutely an excellent commentary. It really showcases the discussion today. So I'm going to just do a quick recap. We started off this morning with a sunrise ceremony, and again, it's been pointed out by Chop. He received a message, that we should do this where an open fire can be held. So originally, we apologize to the folks that expected something to happen here in the building this morning, but he was given instructions to have a real fire. And for us to stand around a fire. So he was there trying to light that fire for quite a while. And we were having a little, as I said, there was a little humor associated with that. And then Getsit Asinaway showed up, and all of a sudden the spark took off, and, the fire started blazing. And some good discussion there this morning. I think one of the messages I heard as well is that Getsit Asinaway talked as well about messages he gave when he was at the Gets It gathering in North Bay that, he put his knife in the ground. He said it's a wake-up call for us to rise up as Anishinaabe and really take in, these types of teachings and lessons and really, like was said this morning, instead of Indian act Anishinaabe. And it's a message to everybody. It's a message to leadership. It's a message to all of us as individuals to take up our responsibility of learning. There's so much learning we all have to do. And one of the other things is there's so much healing that has to happen so that we can, progress and become strong, vibrant communities. So we moved after the sunrise ceremony over here, and a beautiful breakfast was provided. And we started off the session, and Chigeezus started us off with an opening drum song. And we were given a recital of Good Way When God's in Anishinaabe by Zebossing Elder Chris Bigros. And Chief Kells gave us some welcoming remarks, and particularly what really struck me is her passion for her youth and the youth of all the Anishinaabe communities to really embrace what's being talked about here and to really learn these teachings, because they're going to be the foundation of the development of our communities and how crucial that is. So that's a very important message from Chief Kells that how important it is to engage our youth. Our Grand Council Chief, Reg Nignabe, got up and he talked about the importance of clan-based governance systems and listening to the teachings here on the Dodoma governance structure and how that can be utilized in our modern day context. And Jim Marsden, the Deputy Southeast Regional Deputy Grand Council Chief, was up and he was referring to some of the activities that have gone on, promoting, the governance, but also, work that was done even within his region with work that they'd done on governance there. And as I pointed out, he's been a strong advocate, particularly with the issue of citizenship and education as a very vital component to, this whole governance model. Chief Scott McLeod from Nipissing, he came and I talked about how, as the chair of Moknagon, they're already established their governance and they're working on their laws. They're working on their pillars, of electoral reform, of financial management, of citizenship, and the very important one about languages and culture. And some of those differences amongst the community showcase that maybe they all have in common, and I think we all do, to really put a lot of emphasis on language and culture. And but there's other areas that need to be worked on. Citizenship is a very important one as well. And then again, Gets It, Richard came and gave some messages about, as I alluded to earlier, about, it's time for us to really wake up, I guess, and learn these things. We started the teachings, and we've gone through a number of the clans already, and CHOP has provided some description of the responsibilities that come with these clan systems here. And I don't want to forget as well that I want to say chimigwech to Quail Council member Evelyn Stone for preparing the spirit plate for our lunch. And we've had some very good teachings here today. I'll just close by saying, the sunrise ceremony is going to happen out at Gordon Baugh's residence out there in Shegwenda. If you don't know the way out there, ask somebody. It's not that hard to find. I think, I don't know the name of the road, but even if you go by there's a side road, or you can go by past the store, turn in and go left, and at the first intersection go right. So did I even get you more confused? Probably. But anyway, or if somebody wants to go there earlier, they could just point. So again, take some time if you get a chance to look at the arrow. I think that's an important optic about some of the progress that's been made within the Anishinaabe and some of the vision going forward. And I think I will leave it at that, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. We'll start at 9 again. I believe is the time that we're slated to start. Actually, it says here 8:30. So again, that'll be flexible. The sunrise was 7:15 this morning. So I would say be there by about 7 at the very, very latest, maybe even earlier. It was 6:45. You guys must have a different sunrise than I did because yeah. Okay, well, 6:45, come out to the sunrise ceremony, and we'll come back here as soon as the ceremony is over and have breakfast. Miigwech. Oh, sorry, just hold on. Our Chigeezus is supposed to do a closing drum song. Jumping ahead of myself here. Yeah. Yeah. Also, take them with you, and we don't really want to leave anything in this room. You don't know who's in and out of these rooms, so take your staffs with you and take care of them. Bring them back in the morning. So just we're going to have that closing.